bermanfaat lah atau mendapat pahala karena kita bisa mengurangi kerusakan bagi orang lain. Ada Aisyah pernah dengar hadis ya bahwa kita mengambil satu duri di pinggir jalan atau di jalan agar tidak mencelakai orang lain itu dicatat sebagai ibadah. Apalagi kalau kita menjaga lingkungan kita jauh lebih baik, maka bukan cuma satu orang yang akan selamat, tapi mungkin sebagian besar banyak orang yang akan selamat. Tadi terkait Razipa, eh, saya sangat senang dengan Mas Refli dengan proyeknya tadi ya, sampai 2.500 orang yang terdampak. Saya sangat kagum nih Pak Guru dengan adik-adik seperti ini dan mungkin ke depan
that comes with being too active in a game, which is carpal tunnel.
Oh yeah, where you become sir, right?
As UN Convention Law of the Sea 1982. So this gives me a very broad understanding how actually negotiation between countries, sovereign countries, be it small or big, be it powerful or weak, they have given the chance to express themselves in international fora. So for today's discussion, I probably will move slightly into a different angle of talking about history. Next year will be the year 2024, will be the 200th anniversary of the Anglo-Dutch Treaty 1824, which I think shaped the countries that we are having, three of us, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia. How probably we can see this and take a lesson from it, how actually an agreement standing between two powers then became what we are today. So how can we probably use ASEAN as an instrument for future understanding and future collaboration and future development of this region? The importance of this region to international maritime activity in commerce and military is undeniable due to its strategic location linking the East and the West. It is important to look back into history to understand the reason why this region was thrusted into conflicts for several hundred years and continue to be relevant to this modern setting despite technological advancement and contemporary geopolitical skirmishes and arrangement. When the maritime powers of the day, I mean the British and the Dutch, decided to demarcate their spheres of influence through Anglo-Dutch Treaty in 1824, little that they envisaged that the treaty could culminate into the formation of three modern states of Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore. The importance of securing unimpeded navigation during peace and wartime has become the treatment of the waters of Southeast Asia, i.e. the Straits of Malacca and the South China Sea. Despite being member states of UNCLOS 1982, little states of the Straits of Malacca and South China Sea have continuous issues over the maritime domain, and they become more complex with the interests of international actors such as China, USA, India, France, EU, and others. The issues over the Straits of Malacca and South China Sea are well known, whether in safety or security of navigation. For Straits of Malacca, the largest straits used for international navigation, there have been international cooperation to ensure safety and security of the straits, with regional cooperation agreement in combating piracy and armed robbery against ships in Asia, known as RECAP.
From the
adopted in
Sport National League
2004
for the student.
by 16
We already
states
have the winner, and
in the South
the winner already
East
get
Asia
full-time
region
scholarship for 4 years in
the forefront.
university in Indonesia.
This is
As sovereignty
scholarship
has
for
always
aiming
been
studies or whatever
the
study.
single
Whatever
most
studies.
important
Yeah.
issues
Yeah.
for any nation. Security in Southeast Asia
They already have
is regarded to
known by the university itself. Yes. So they will represent their
University
known by
or
the
their
university
school.
itself. Yes.
Wow.
So they will represent
The league
their
and
So it can be like a
University
formal
or
career
their
path for
Yes,
people.
yes, correct.
While they're still also maintaining their education, but there's an career path
Yes,
to
yes.
go into esports.
Yes.
Because when you
While they're
join the
still also
intercollegiate
maintaining
for
their
the
education, but there's an
UKM,
actual career path.
Yes,
you
yes.
must have the
Yes,
basic.
yes.
Because when you
CPA.
join the intercollegiate for the UKM,
And you will be very
You must have
surprised
the
on
basic
the name of the
GPA.
university, right? That have many sports.
One of the
clubs.
best
And you will be
universities
very
in Indonesia, I
surprised. Yes,
believe, right?
University of Indonesia.
Yeah.
The name of the university, right? That have the sports
One of the
clubs.
best universities in
Yes, the
Indonesia,
big
I
state
believe, right?
university of Indonesia.
and also the
Gajah Mada University. Yes.
like
So the state
UPH
unis.
also,
Of course.
and also the
I guess it goes to show how promising esport is as
It is super
a
promising.
sector. One last question, what do you hope for the esport industry, or if
It
you
is
want to
super
share some
promising.
messages for people who aspires to become an
what do
esport
you hope
athlete?
for
the esport industry, or
For
if you
me,
want
I
to
think I want to
share some
highlight about
messages for people who
the ladies
aspires to
team.
become an esport athlete. Please share.
I myself, I'm an advocate as well for women in esports, and I really hope that there will be more opportunity for the women in esports. In Unipin itself, we create the ladies-only tournament. More opportunity for the ladies to have a safe space for the ladies-only tournament and try to become the ladies because it's hard to push the ladies to join the the mixed team or the major one because they're not familiar with the sports yet. But the mixed team or the major one because some teams they're not familiar grow over the years. But and after they join the ladies tournament, they're now brave enough to step out over the years from the ladies tournament and then want to try the mixed tournament itself. So I really hope for all the community and also sports ecosystem to have and give more support to the ladies in sports and also whatever it is as a pro players or women in the industry itself or even the game developers, whatever it is as a pro players or opportunity that
ended or disbanded in only last year under President Duterte. It started with the cooperation of the 3 ASEAN countries before it was joined by Japan, Libya, Norway, and the European Union. It was mentioned by Dr. Rizal Sukma yesterday that ASEAN was established in 1967 initially to tackle the political conflicts between Malaysia and Indonesia over the Konfrontasi, Indonesia and Singapore, and Malaysia and the Philippines, and Philippines and Malaysia over the Sabah claim. It can be seen that the IMT has been successful. It's a story of cooperation. It is success of cooperation between some ASEAN countries to resolve an armed conflict within an ASEAN member state. It was mentioned earlier that the 1824 Anglo-Dutch Treaty has shaped the maritime and geopolitical history of 3 territories for almost 200 years. Next year will be its 200 years anniversary, and we can see that the Straits of Malacca, which is central to the treaty, is still as important as before, and probably is more important now. Taking the treaty as a long-term plan of the world maritime powers, superpowers then, to secure the security of the Straits of Malacca, for obvious reasons, it is facilitating trade between this region to Europe will, this is why I say the island of Borneo or ASEAN, with the central location in Southeast Asia, shape the maritime activities with the shifting of the capital of Indonesia to Nusantara in the future and what it holds for us in the future. Let's consider four things. First, the prospect of Borneo Island in economy. Borneo, which is divided into two territories, the northern part in Malaysia, the state of Sabah and Sarawak, and we have Brunei there, and we have Kalimantan of Indonesia in the south, but the location is so central. If we look into history, and I think when we see that the congestion is happening in Straits of Malacca, one could not stop thinking that the shifting is a strategic one, and it will make another waterways, the Sulu Seas, more important, and it probably will move away from the conflict in these two famous waterways of Straits of Malacca and South China Sea. It could be also an alternative, I mean the Sulu and Sulawesi Seas alternative to Straits of Malacca and South China Sea. And we have this trade arrangement of BIM IAGA, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia and Philippines, East Asia Growth Area, which is quite active now. It's been there quite some time. I think with this move to Nusantara, it will again shift the focus and could be something that we could envisage in the future, that something will be moving to direction, giving more importance to the area, being so central, so geographically strategic, and a lot of resources in the island. And one more thing to consider is about the congestion of Straits of Malacca. To the layman, I think in Malaysia or Indonesia, they only think that the straits belong to both countries, which is not quite true. When we understand the issue of transit passage as enunciated in the UNCLOS 1982, but the two countries continue to manage, I think, the flow of trade there quite well. And we can see that the emergence of many new ports along the coast, especially in Malaysia, southern part of Malaysia and Singapore, and the active STS operation, I mean ship-to-ship operations in the Straits of Malacca. So I think we could see that the number of ships plying the straits keep on increasing year to year, and we couldn't stop thinking that something must be done to control mishaps in the future. And I think it is the duty of all littoral states as well as international users to further focus on how we can address this issue. I think the issue of the security issue of piracy and terrorism now has been addressed quite effectively with the IMB reporting, as well as the cooperation between the states that I think we explained yesterday. But I think since we could see during the COVID pandemic, the maritime sector was not affected. It continued to be so important for the livelihood of the people during that crisis. So I think it is important for us to continue cooperating to ensure that movement in the straits are unimpeded as required under UNCLOS 82 as straits used for international navigation. I would move into now the new geopolitics. About the new leadership in Malaysia has introduced the Masyarakat Madani concept, which is new, a concept which stands for sustainability, care and compassion, respect, innovation, prosperity and trust. The Madani concept, which applied when applied to international relations, could enhance bilateral and multilateral relationship between Malaysia and its neighbors. During his first official visit to Indonesia as Prime Minister on 8 to 9 January this year, PM Anwar Ibrahim promised that Indonesia will see an improved relationship with Malaysia to a level unseen before. This was, I think, fulfilled when the two countries signed 6 bilateral instruments to boost free trade during President Jokowi's visit to Kuala Lumpur on 7 to 8 June 2023. Among the instruments signed were 2 long-standing maritime border disputes involving 2 separate waterways. There are treaties relating to the delimitation of the territorial sea in the 2 countries in the southernmost part of the Malacca Straits, and the treaty between Malaysia and Indonesia relating to the delimitation of the territorial seas of the 2 countries in the Sulawesi Seas. However, the details of the delimitation agreements in both have not been released to date. However, PM Anwar has explained in Parliament 2 days ago that the Malaysian sovereignty was not compromised, but highlighted it was important for the 2 countries to have good relations and resolve outstanding issues beyond territorial seas delimitation. I think this indicates that the importance of willingness between 2 neighboring countries to resolve and settle outstanding issues amicably. I think this is setting in line with the, apart from the Madani concept, it's also in line with the ASEAN centrality. I think this is a concept to some people is quite vague. I remember during the Indo-Pacific meeting in Paris, I think 8 months ago, it was discussed by so many countries involving in Indo-Pacific, the real meaning of ASEAN centrality. Yesterday, I think Pak Rizal mentioned it quite clear. You know that, and we informed that the Chinese leader during the Shangri-La dialogue in Singapore 2 weeks ago mentioned also about this, that, you know, we know it, you know. The people outside us may not understand it quite clearly, but we know, you know, what it means. We know the cooperation, sensitivity, respect between each countries, in which for 10 countries forming ASEAN to work hand in hand since 1967 itself is a good achievement, I think, because no other areas in the world, I think, have experienced colonization, you know, as seasoned as these countries in this area. Myself, I hail from Malacca. We had this the Sultanate, you know, which conquers most part of the peninsula and Sumatra in the 15th century before it was invaded by Portuguese, and then for 120 years, followed by the Dutch for 150 years, and then the British, and then we have this handing over from the British to from the Dutch to the British according to the Anglo-Dutch Treaty 1824. And it remains there, and we have a Japanese occupation for 3 years and 8 months, and then before we got independence. Indonesia has a more checkered history, I think, under the Dutch. And I believe that, you know, this understanding, you know, but because of this concept of tanah air, the land and water, which had been there for thousands of years, people roaming the seas, you know, without problem. I remember that a lot of people from my kampung come from Sumatra. I myself hail from Payakumbuh, I think my my descendants. So I think there was free flow of communication then. But because of this 1824 treaty, separate us. And so we have to deal it. So, but I think in our heart, we know it. We are all probably brothers, yeah? In the real sense that we know the sensitivity. There will be movement of workers from Indonesia to Malaysia, and we have, we were some sort of quite dependent on them to develop the country. This is a fact that we may accept. And I think that come together with the issues of robbery treatment and how actually the Malaysian businessmen come to Indonesia, opening a plant. It was discussed quite openly during the recent meeting of the two leaders. We see that this is something which is going smoother, that we understand each other more, we talk openly about it, that things must be done, things about human rights, saying about movement, treatment of workers, the need, for countries who have laws, to protect them. So this is something, I think, intra-ASEAN things are moving quite well. We have the issue in Myanmar. I think we know how to resolve it, not now probably over a cup of tea or coffee by our leaders, thing will be resolved, inshallah. So I think, but this concept is quite probably not clear to those outside us. But we know that in ASEAN, this is ASEAN centrality, that as what the Prime Minister of Singapore mentioned a few years back, that don't force us to take a stand or to choose between the two regional superpowers now, or the world superpowers of China and the United States. We know how to deal with them. We are dependent to some of their funding, but they also need us in terms of resources and whatever. But how do we do this? We have before a solution to ICJ. Like in Malaysia, we referred the issue of Pulau Sipadan and Legitan to ICJ. Malaysia was given the sovereignty of the island. But Malaysia and Singapore referred it to the other more important island of Pedra Blanca, and Malaysia lost. So we can see that, what happened after that is more important than what happened before that. I mean, we accept, we manage, when we can resolve things among us, we take the third party, which is, a body established in the world order, to resolve the issues. And we deal with that quite excellently, I believe. So I think, but we have another power refusing to take this to the world court, then I think it's something that we should deal with differently. But I think ASEAN must continue to work in one voice, try to resolve their internal matters. We have, let's say, still in issues now, like the Sabah claim, the incursion of some terrorists to Malaysia. However, I think the response, of the countries, like I said before, the IMT, which has been there for 20 years, shows how the countries in ASEAN could deal with this among themselves. I think I'll stop at that, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sabirin, for your insightful presentation. So I would like to emphasize what the Dr. Sabirin tried to highlight it in some important points, that it's true, the strategy in the region in addressing common challenges and discuss ways of cooperation in the security and defense field, besides the inclusivity of the people, like what Datuk tried to raise, the Masyarakat Madani concept and Cinta Tanah Air concept, is to collaborate on ocean governance, maritime security, sustainable environmental, as well as maritime connectivity. And the second, in assessing regional maritime development in Southeast Asia, in particular the challenges and opportunities in managing maritime security across within ASEAN, we have to have a common maritime vision among ASEAN member states and the future of Southeast Asia maritime. This is also include the capacity of existing institutions to handle the evolving maritime challenges and the partnership of ASEAN and its development to do a better. Thank you, Dr. Sabirin. Now, I would like to invite the second speaker, please, Professor Ampero.
Okay, a pleasant good morning to all. I would like to thank Governor R.D. Wijajanto of Lemhanas for having invited me to speak at the 7th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum. I am deeply honored and happy to be here to speak on the topic of ASEAN Maritime Strategic Security Partnerships. I am handling a class of 100 students composed of senior officers of the Philippine National Police, the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, the Bureau of Fire Protection, and 10 Coast Guard commanders who are patrolling the South China Sea and the Sulu and Celebes Sea. So during this semester, my student posed to me this question: Professor, how will you handle military-grade laser in the South China Sea? And with all honesty, I gave him my answer: I don't know. Then we go to the second slide. Here is the official photo released by the Philippine Coast Guard on the military-grade laser incident last February 6, 2023. Then we proceed to the next slide. What is the current situation for the Philippines? We have to tackle the Chinese maritime militia. And according to the Asia Maritime Transparency Institute, for a 12-month period ending in September 2022, they have monitored at least an average of 20 Chinese ships near the Iroquois Reef in Palawan. And the presence of these ships resulted in dangerous maneuverings as well as the incident with respect to the military-grade laser. Now, the Philippine Coast Guard manual does not have any entry on dangerous maneuverings and military-grade laser. So I think that this incident would be a start in updating our manual with respect to incidents in the South China Sea. Now, this question brings me to the outline of my lecture. Okay, what was the Philippine response to the Chinese maritime militia? The Philippines filed 627 diplomatic protests. 388 of those were filed during the Duterte administration. 172 were filed in 2022 under the Marcos administration. And 77 were filed for 2023, and it's still ongoing. The diplomatic protests covered illegal fishing, illegal presence of Chinese vessels, the harassment of fishermen and enforcement agencies, and unauthorized marine scientific research. Then we go to the next slide. That's why I use the acronym LASER. Letter L, the Philippines seeks to leverage maritime assets in the South China Sea. For example, we are in the process of doubling our maritime assets, increasing our vessels, our air assets, and with the help of our allies, Australia, Germany, and Japan, we hope to increase our drones for surveillance in the South China Sea. Second point is accepting maritime security strategic partnerships. And we value the partnerships with ASEAN. For example, we have the Trilateral Cooperation Agreement finalized last 2017 among Indonesia, Philippines, and Malaysia in the Sulu, Sulawesi Seas, or more specifically, the 1 million square kilometer tri-border area between the southern Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia, which has been the focus of intensifying defense cooperation in order to stem transnational organized crime and terrorist threats. So the Philippines is open to intensify aspects of the Trilateral Cooperation Agreement, be it in the types of operations being conducted, the number of interactions between the three governments, and even the potential expansion, to consider broadening the Trilateral Cooperation Agreement's membership to include other Southeast Asian countries. The Philippines will continue to help strengthen intelligence sharing to facilitate future surveillance operations and to expedite the deployment of trilateral maritime patrol liaison officers to the designated maritime command centers in Tawau, Malaysia, Tawi-Tawi, the Philippines, and Tarakan, Indonesia. Another way of strengthening our maritime security strategic partnership is our involvement in the Southeast Asia Cooperation and Training, a US-led initiative that aims to enhance maritime security capabilities. It involves scenarios related to maritime domain awareness, maritime interdiction, and crisis response. The Philippines is also excited for the first ever ASEAN joint maritime exercises this coming September. This will lead to better interoperability operations with other ASEAN countries, a better communication and coordination setup, and a deeper intelligence sharing system on evolving maritime security threats. Another mark of high ambition is the participation of the Philippines in the drafting of the Code of Conduct on the South China Sea. Even our Philippine President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., has called for early conclusion of an effective and substantive Code of Conduct during the 42nd ASEAN Summit in Labuan Bajo, Indonesia. Specifically, President Marcos said, and I quote, "We will continue to urge all to abide by the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea as the Constitution of the Oceans. We must ensure that the South China Sea does not become a nexus for armed conflict. We must avoid the ascendance of a might and an aggressive revision of the international order. In an increasingly volatile world, we require constraints on power contained by the force of the rule of law." End of quote. While I was drafting my lecture for today, what came to my mind is the inspiration of the figure of the architect of Indonesia, President Sukarno, who reflects a person who is a consensus builder and a unifier. If President Sukarno were with us today, he would surely work for the conclusion of the Code of Conduct of the South China Sea. The second point is accepting maritime security strategic partnerships, and I would like to cite our partnership with Singapore. Singapore offers training programs and exchanges that cover areas such as maritime security, naval operations, maritime law enforcement, and maritime intelligence. Another partnership is with Vietnam. The Philippines and Vietnam has a growing partnership in maritime security and information sharing to address challenges such as piracy, maritime terrorism, and illegal fishing. Japan is also active in giving the Philippines donations as well as official development assistance, to add another 10 multi-response vessels for maritime patrols in the South China Sea. The United States Coast Guard assists our Philippine Coast Guard by providing U.S. Coast Guard cutters as training platforms for our officers. For this year, the U.S. Coast Guard will train 100 Philippine personnel. And during the first quarter, the U.S. Coast Guard also trained personnel of the Philippine Coast Guard and the Philippine Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources in bilateral operations, professional exchanges, search and rescue and communications exercises, small boat operations, multi-vessel maneuvering, and maritime domain awareness drills while at sea. So for the particular exercise, they implemented the search and rescue exercise, where the three organizations practice searching for a distressed vessel, shipboard firefighting techniques, and recovering and treating persons in the water. Recently, last June 2023, Japanese and Philippine Coast Guard ships also staged law enforcement drills in waters near the South China Sea. Three other close allies include Australia. Australia helps us with maritime patrols and capacity building programs. Germany also helps us by donating Airbus helicopters to enhance our surveillance of the Philippine coastline. France also provides technical assistance, training, and consultancy services focused on joint patrols with Philippine counterparts to secure freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. Then we go to letter S. Seek guidance from ASEAN and extra-regional allies. So just this month, the Philippines passed the Philippine Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act, which aims to prevent arbitrary international passage in the Philippine archipelago. The law provides the coordinates designating the sea lanes and air routes suitable for the continuous and expeditious passage of foreign ships and aircraft through or over its archipelagic water and the adjacent territorial sea. Then we go to letter E, exert efforts in capacity building and intelligence sharing, focusing on soft diplomacy. So the Philippines joins the Balikatan exercises, the Southeast Asian, the Kaagapay exercise, which also just happened this month, and also the SICAT exercises. So through the joint maritime patrols that the Philippines does with our allies, our Philippine Coast Guard is able to enhance its capacity for maritime law enforcement. Capacity building continues. We are sending 100 Coast Guards personnel to Japan, 100 to the United States, and another 100 to Australia. So this capacity building is aimed at increasing the competence of our Coast Guard personnel in carrying out their law enforcement capabilities, as well as ensuring the integrity of the territorial waters of the Philippines. Finally, letter R, review bilateral, multilateral arrangements in the South China Sea. And here, the Philippine Coast Guard focuses on deterring irregular, unreported, and unregulated fishing. The Philippines loses $1.6 billion annually to irregular, unreported, and unregulated fishing. The second point is the Philippine Coast Guard also needs help in addressing environmental and marine pollution. So we have had several oil spills the past few months. For example, last March 22, 2023, there was a large oil spill from an industrial oil tanker. There were a total of 800,000 liters of oil in Oriental Mindoro. And we were helped by the US Coast Guard in cleaning up the oil spill. We were also helped with $284 million from the insurance company of the oil tanker. In 2013, 500,000 liters of oil were spilled in Manila Bay, and in 2006, a large tanker sank in Guimaras Island, spilling 109,000 gallons of oil in the island. So we will need ASEAN cooperation with respect to marine pollution, specifically oil spill. We need to increase our capacity building for oil spill rescue specialists in this particular region. The Philippines also commits itself to a free and open Indo-Pacific. We respect freedom of navigation, and we hope to achieve that together with our allies. And another important point is cooperation in humanitarian action and disaster response in the region. The Philippines is visited by 27 typhoons annually. Therefore, we need the help of our allies in order to carry out a more responsive and a more dedicated assistance to the victims of these typhoons. The Philippine Coast Guard also placed navigational buoys last May 14, 2023 in the areas of Patag Island, Balagtas Reef, Cota Island, Panata Island, and the Juan Felipe Reef. So these the buoys are adorned with the Philippine flag, signifying the country's sovereign rights and jurisdiction over the exclusive economic zone. And then I go to my conclusion. The next slide. Again, I would like to bring about the figure of President Sukarno, the architect of Indonesia and the proclamator of independence. He wrote, "Reach your ambition as high as the skies. Dream it as high as the skies. Because if you fall, you're going to fall among the stars." The Philippines values its maritime strategic security partnerships with the ASEAN, as well as its engagement with extra-regional partners, knowing well that its fate with its defense allies are inextricably intertwined. The government's approach to region-specific maritime security challenges is measured and prudent, ranging from diplomacy to defense consultation, workforce training, joint exercises, joint patrols, and acquisition and procurement of maritime assets. In sum, the Philippines advocates regional cooperation and soft diplomacy to foster a stable and prosperous maritime future. Thank you, and a pleasant good morning.
Thank you, Professor Amparo, for your interesting presentation. I believe will enrich our discussion today. If I may summarize, Professor Amparo, that again promoted the primary agency with the lesser concept. That's the task for the Philippine Coast Guard to recognize that the task primarily with the enforcing law, with the conducting maritime security operation, safeguarding life and property at sea, and protecting marine environment and resources. So the last but not least, this is the third speaker, is Ms. Jen Chan Gityan. Please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Very good. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for the very kind introduction. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning, one and all. First, a quick word of thanks to the organizer, especially to Governor of Lemhanas, Bapak Anti Wijayanto, for the very generous invitation, and also to the entire Lemhanas team, Ibu Reni and your team. Thank you very much for the warm hospitality. A real privilege to be here attending this gathering of experts and friends to share my thoughts and hopefully to learn from the experts and to have a good discussion after this. Given the limited time that we have today, I plan to just share some broad perspective on the theme of this particular session, to distill some of the current debates, both in the literature and also, in the track 2 discussion in the region right now, in thinking through some of these vexing issues, in a way, in maritime Southeast Asia. So first, to go broad, to ask, what is the most worrying trend in the region, in Southeast Asia? Second, to dwell a little bit deeper into the regional context. And again, to ask, is there a common vision on what the Southeast Asian maritime future should look like? And from there, my third point, and I will dwell and try to talk a little bit about partnerships. And if there's some time, Madam Chairperson, I will want to comment a little bit on the ASEAN Maritime Outlook, which Indonesia has proposed, and to talk a bit about how it is potentially a tool for Southeast Asia to engage external partners on maritime issues in Southeast Asia. So on to my first point. What is the most worrying trend, in my mind at least, and in the discussion that I've had recently when thinking about maritime Southeast Asia? I've long assumed, perhaps naively, that all maritime stakeholders agree on the 3 following propositions. Number 1, our aspiration for peace at sea can only be achieved if we have international rule of law. Number 2, in the maritime domain, the legal order is contained, amongst other things, UNCLOS, and we must therefore protect UNCLOS and not undermine it. And 3, in the event of a dispute between states on the interpretation and application of UNCLOS, the dispute should be resolved peacefully in accordance with international law, or as Dato' Sabrin mentioned, right, if the dispute cannot be resolved by negotiation, the party should agree to refer the dispute to a binding third-party mechanism. So what's the concern here? On the first point, on placing our aspiration for peace, safety, and security on international rule of law, I question, and I do worry, about whether there is still such a consensus. And I'll come back to this point when I discuss about a common vision or a common outlook or the lack of in this region. Second, on the need to protect UNCLOS and not to undermine it. And this is perhaps where I'm often quite confused, right, by a lot of the current discussion and the different position being taken, hearing calls from regional partners, friends, even regional countries, who on the one hand talk about upholding the rule of law, on the other hand calling for the amendment of UNCLOS. So I often wonder whether there is a conflict here, whether a unilateral call to amend UNCLOS or to sideline its importance is in itself challenging international law. So of course we are very familiar with the long-held argument that if we open up the prospect for amending UNCLOS, we may never reach a consensus to finalize the convention ever again. No doubt, and don't get me wrong, the effectiveness of UNCLOS is often up for debate in this region, and its provisions still a source of contention between states, even in Southeast Asia. There are many examples of non-compliances by many countries within the region, outside of the region. For example, users and abusers of strait-based lines, perceived illegal restrictions on freedom of navigation by coastal states, and the reluctance to acknowledge the rights and duties of the user states in exclusive economic zones. So one could argue that the current US-China tension has magnified the differences in the interpretation and application of international law. And we see tension between the interests of the coastal state on the one hand and those of major maritime power on the other. So the underlying tension, in a way, from the ambiguity and the different interpretation of vital provision of UNCLOS remains unresolved. So third, on being ready to utilize the dispute settlement mechanism, and this third proposition is perhaps, whilst we have seen some very good example in Southeast Asia where neighbors actually bring their dispute and disagreement to dispute resolutions, there is still a lot of reluctance, right, amongst major maritime powers to utilize this particular mechanism. So in my mind, if these concerns are left unaddressed, will we be faced with a crisis in this region? Or to take it down a notch, what are the risks at hand? Will it increase the risk of an incident or accident at sea, which Pak Rizal spoke about yesterday? How about the risk of an open conflict between the claimants in the South China Sea, or a risk of open military conflict between the great powers, and the risk of irreversible environmental degradation and the correlating food security issues, right? On this point on environment, especially food, in particular fish, I would argue that we are already verging on the crisis stage, but I know many would disagree with me. So in my mind, this talk about crisis, right, meant that's all of the risk management mechanisms and safeguard that we are talking about, we have been talking about, still talking about, have failed one way or another. And hence, we have a crisis at hand. So for discussion purposes in a platform like that, let's assume worst case scenario, where all the prerequisites for effective risk management do not exist anymore. So what am I talking about here? Trust for one, non-existence. How about the platform or institutions that we have, dysfunctional, and zero information sharing? Let's just assume that these three criteria are there. But if we are agreeing, and if we can agree that we are really not quite there yet, then can we focus on working on these three elements, right? Trust, institution, info sharing, to better manage the subject at hand, which, is incidentally the theme of this particular conference as well. So now to dwell a little bit more into the Southeast Asian context, we all know that regional maritime security depends partly on global development and partly on local ones specific to Southeast Asia. It is axiomatic now that an inclusive maritime region founded on international rules and norms lay the foundation for safe and secure seas and is crucial for regional continued development and prosperity. And again, we heard a lot of these being narrated and debated and discussed yesterday. But even as friends and partners all emphasize on the importance of maintaining a rules-based maritime order, in my view, it is rather clear that there is still no common vision on what the maritime Southeast Asian maritime future should look like. The lack of a common vision meant that there's no alignment of priorities, even less on policy and strategy, right? So those with a vision of a competitive one will insist that the current strategic environment is a zero-sum game and is currently dominated by great power competition and rivalry. So even if extra-regional powers and partners extend their interest to cooperate with Southeast Asia, many are concerned or have reservations because this could potentially create more complexity to ongoing Sino-US rivalry. Challenges to traditional freedoms of the seas arising from jurisdictional disputes about who owns what, over jurisdictional obligation of the coastal states versus the duties and rights of the user states, about environmental concern, and broadly the lax observations of laws, rules, and principles. We see nation-state forgetting that UNCLOS was a product of a grand bargain, one that was forged through very difficult compromises which we may not achieve again. So preserving the right of military users of the sea is one such grand bargain threaded through the various maritime zones and the correlating passage regimes. And the provisions of the maritime zones were drafted in a way to ensure that major sea lanes remain open to naval vessels on top of the commercial ones. Of specific interest to Southeast Asia, of course, would be the exclusive economic zone, the straits used for international navigation, and archipelagic sea lanes. In this vision of the world, we can expect very little cooperation and a rather high risk of fractured regional institutions and that of conflict. Conversely, there is also a vision of a cooperative nature, reminding us that the success of our region depends on the seaborne trade and the globalized system that it leads to. Of course, still acknowledging that this particular system is currently under threat, and it's not just because of great power competition. Examples include the damaging effect of the various maritime threats, which we saw a very long list yesterday. These threats are well known, and the frequently raised questions and recommendations of what we need to do, I think, this crowd will know them by heart. That being said, apart from just recognizing how important maritime security is in nearly all countries, balancing commitments and resources is getting more and more difficult, especially when we are slowly recovering from the global pandemic. So priorities matters. On top of that, the question do remain whether cooperation on some of these maritime security issues, what we call common interests, will lead to a spillover effect and to help alleviate the trust deficit in the region that is much talked about and arguably one of the leading causes for increased risk of conflict at sea. One thing we learned from COVID-19 thus far, at least in the maritime domain, would be that the multilateral cooperation is essential, right? But Rizal spoke a lot about how major global trends continue to reshape the maritime strategic environment and the regional outlook, so to speak. And this geopolitical uncertainty should give new impetus to ASEAN to cooperate with partners and friends. So now a few words on cooperation and the institution in Southeast Asia. I think one key criteria for us to move forward and towards positive cooperation and engagement in the region is the need to be flexible. And one such aspect is to have various models, as we do in Southeast Asia. Understanding partners' priorities, ability, and constraints is vital. Some question to this will be, do we understand each other well enough? Do we understand our partners? Do our partners understand us well enough? Are we being flexible and accommodating? Are we being inclusive? So in a way, is the ASEAN and ASEAN-led mechanism sufficient and effective, right? That would have been the next question as well. We often consider in this region, whether when tackling a particular threat or challenges, the initiative ought to be ASEAN-wide, all 10 ASEAN, or can a sub-regional approach be adopted? So whether the ASEAN minus X approach is appropriate, right? And we have good examples of that. Both Dato' Sabarin and Professor Mimi spoke about, the Malacca Straits Patrol, the TCA agreement, both going on very well without side effect on ASEAN as an institution itself. We also have a very good example of ASEAN Plus approach, and in this, I have in mind the Information Fusion Center in Singapore, where not just the ASEAN, all 10 of ASEAN member states are partner of, we have many extra-regional partners being, part of the IFC. Yesterday, we heard that a key feature built into the current ASEAN-led regional architecture is that it is one that is open and inclusive, where no single state's influence is exclusive, so to speak. Not China, not the US. So these various regional groupings provide inclusive platforms for ASEAN to engage its partners and extra-regional powers. Of course, we have seen commentators, especially regional commentators, say that the Quad, for example, is perceived to focus too much on excluding China, then further integrating China into the regional framework which ASEAN is trying to do. While many in Southeast Asia do share the Quad's anxiety about China and see the US as the resident power in the region, ASEAN states still need to be very mindful of the robust and pragmatic relation with China that each one of the Southeast Asian states has painstakingly nurtured, right? And we all know how difficult that can be sometimes. We also heard yesterday that since the region cannot exclude any of these great powers, the best strategy is to engage them all. The fact that China is at Southeast Asian doorstep, the proximity and the correlating social, cultural, and economic ties are links that cannot be decoupled. Of course, there are issues, right, arising from these links, not to mention the unresolved maritime disputes China has with its neighbors. But in a way, we could also say that, you know, while we do not have good fences and therefore we are not good neighbors now, it doesn't mean that ASEAN and China cannot mend those fences in the future. So one of the latest tools in the ASEAN toolkit that is going to come online very, very soon will be the ASEAN Maritime Outlook. The AMO, in my mind, if it can clearly outline ASEAN maritime priorities, it has a chance at creating a common maritime agenda which will become more apparent. And this is going to be important because it will help accentuate maritime cooperation between ASEAN and our extra-regional partners, including multilateral organizations, right? The concept paper that's already that's already out there has developed and outlined how an ASEAN maritime outlook could be formulated under Indonesian chairmanship for now. Yeah. And it refers to the AOIP quite a bit, and the document itself set out and advanced some of the priorities that the AOIP has already laid out. But I'm sure we are all aware that even the AOIP has received very strong criticism as to its practical value, usually pointing to the lack of deliverables and tangible outcome. So supporters of the AOIP, myself included, will usually say that the critics misinterpreted, right, the purpose and intent of the AOIP. The AOIP was never meant to be a strategy to guide ASEAN through this intricacy of great power rivalry, but rather to establish, you know, avenues for cooperation. So in my mind, the same expectation should be have of the AMO, right? In a sense that, you know, I really felt that it was very prudent of ASEAN on the first instance to not set it out as a common ASEAN maritime strategy, so to speak, yeah? So we all know that the ASEAN broad maritime perspective comes from differing maritime priorities. You know, the 10, soon to be 11 ASEAN member states has very specific issues that needs to be tackled, and there are very few issues, even though we have a long list of ASEAN maritime priorities, very few of these issues can mobilize a whole of ASEAN action, so to speak. For example, the territorial and maritime dispute in the South China Sea are a priority to few member states, and particularly the claimants. The problems of illegal migration in the Andaman Sea is currently being managed by the littorals. So it's very unlikely for the AMO to introduce new mechanisms or platforms to carry out its intended purposes, since there are already existing, you know, maritime related mechanisms within the ASEAN and ASEAN-led processes. But we will still need, right, a platform, a mechanism to push forward the AMO agenda when it actually, you know, get distilled. So in my mind, and this is a very humble suggestion, is perhaps, you know, the ASEAN Maritime Forum and the extended ASEAN Maritime Forum might be one of such platform, and it will also give a reason to reinvigorate both the AMF and the EMF. So I will end my remarks here, and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. James. This is very deep, thoughtful, and also insightful statement. So if I may recall your statement is we have to promote common principle in advancing maritime cooperation in various sectors in accordance with the norms and standards enshrined in the international law, included on Clause 1982, as well as ASEAN shared values of inclusivity, transparency, mutual respect, and mutual trust. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to invite your comment, questions, and thoughts to share any ideas of this discussion. So I'll open the floor. Maybe three first. In the first session, would you please mention your name and your institution, and to whom your question to direct? Please, the question and answer session is open. Yes, the gentleman behind. Bisa tolong mic-nya?
Thank you so much indeed for this opportunity. Appreciated to those keynote speaker and also presentation. Of course, it will enlighten our perspective and also amplify our ideas. Thank you so much indeed. I am Major General Budi Pramono. First of all, I would like to raise my question to Professor Amparu. Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat for quoting my president. Pasensya na po kayo kung ako nga'y nakamali. Ipinakmakmalaki kung kayong lahat, Professor. Professor, I think from your idea dealing with your leisure, you really actively contribute to the 7 ASEAN outlooks. Appreciate it. However, on the other hand, you mentioned, given to the conflict or current event in Palawan Island, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, you mentioned that there are much more Chinese militia. In this case, so this conflict trigger your idea to empower your army, strengthen your air force, and also enlighten your navy. My question is, Professor, I think this one very contradictory. In one hand, you mentioned about leisure, but on the other hand, you also raise the armed proliferation. You also build the arm race over there. So it will contradict much to the 7 ASEAN outlook. Would you mind to scrutinize a little bit for that? And the second one to the Professor Sabah dari Malaysia, from Malaysia.
Dr. Sabirin, Dr. Sabirin.
Dr. Sabirin, you mentioned about Sulu Island, the importance of the Sulu Islands, Sulawesi Island, and you mentioned also it will, what you call it, joint petrol or whatever the terminology among Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia. I think you are very optimist people, optimist person. From my perception, I really little bit pessimist to see and to observe, and also analyze for that combined or joint activity to anticipate Sulu Island and Sulawesi Island. Because come to the interest, come to the national interest, even vital interest, important interest, marginal interest, survival interest, I do believe that those countries will have different interests. So my question is, how can you anticipate those vulnerability if we really make it what's called combined activity or joint petrol or whatever the terminology is, to anticipate the problem in the future for the Sulu and Sulawesi Island. And the last one, to the keynote speech from Singapore. Madam, many people said about what is actually the usefulness of laws, what is actually the certainty that we got from enforce the laws, and also what is actually the justice that we get it when we are talking about laws. And your presentation said about UNCLOS. for your own perception, Singaporean perception, what is actually the justice that you got it? What is actually the usefulness that you got it? What is actually the certainty that you got it from UNCLOS? Moderator, thank you so much indeed for this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for that question. I would like to address the first question with respect to the seeming contradictory nature of the modernization of the armed forces and the peaceful conduct in the South China Sea. In my lecture, I focused more on the Philippine Coast Guard and the role, the maritime law enforcement capabilities of the Philippine Coast Guard. So specifically in the South China Sea, for this particular situation, crisis situation of the Chinese maritime militia, the Philippines applied soft diplomacy in the form of filing more than 362 diplomatic protests. So the Philippines applies the peaceful way of settling disputes. And with respect to the modernization of the Philippine Coast Guard, the aim is primarily to strengthen its maritime law enforcement operations, particularly in focusing on irregular, unregulated, and unreported fishing, and also in the area of maritime pollution, because that falls under the mandate of the Philippine Coast Guard, as well as the promotion of freedom of navigation, to promote trade and commerce in our territorial waters, and lastly, the one of promoting humanitarian action and disaster response. So all this capability building is focused on enhancing search and rescue, addressing marine pollution, addressing IUU fishing, as well as humanitarian and disaster response. So we are not really focused more on the military solution to the conflict, but we are looking at the most peaceful way to address the rising tensions in the South China Sea. Thank you.
Yes, Dato, for the second question.
Thank you, Attorney. Thank you, General, for your question and your concern as well. I'm an optimist. I appreciate your experience on the ground, seeing that there are a lot of conflicts happening. It's not easy to manage the area, bordering 3 countries at least. But I touched about the arrangement of the superpowers 200 years ago. And imagine that time and what happened now. And even during negotiation for UNCLOS 3 for 14 years, and how we got that and how we deal with that, it takes years and years. We have to be optimists. We all do our work. I mentioned about this Sulawesi and Sulu Seas as alternative to this Straits of Malacca and South China Sea, because of the potential of growth. This history about conflict is nothing but economic in nature. People want to have better living, constant supply of food, resources, or whatever. And I think with the BIM IAGA, this Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East Asia growth area, and now I project that optimistically that if with the shifting of capital of Indonesia to Nusantara, it will sometimes alter this status quo. People focusing something about growth, economics, and with that they have to protect that. Then you see, I think there will be more active discussion and activities to protect that interest. Like I said that I quoted the issue of the Mindanao arrangement. Started with 3 countries and then joined by Japan, by Norway, and other countries as well. that it is probably an example how actually we resolve these issues among ourselves. So we have to be optimistic because with ASEAN since 1967 now, we managed to resolve all issues, I think, amicably. Where some, probably some rhetoric here and there, but the leaders of ASEAN since the formation, they are all level-headed and they know the interests, and we know the sensitivity, we respect each other. I think this ASEAN core values, I think, is something we should appreciate, and I'm confident that with level of education, rising among the population and the interest of trade, from countries outside ASEAN, depending on ASEAN, I think this, if we can exploit it proper, we can make ASEAN a really good area. Recently, I had an opportunity to have a research in Pulau Sipadan and Ligitan, a beautiful island. And we see that what the saddest thing is that you see these marine litters not controlled. How actually the heaven, the so beautiful islands, you see a lot of plastics thrown to the sea, and I think the same problem happened, I think, in Indonesia and in Philippines as well. So I think this could be other areas in which, apart from the conflict, we can cooperate in having this, as a protecting the environment, which is, I think, good things, protecting the sea resources, the turtles, the fishes, the beautiful island. I think if we can work together, I think probably we can forget about the conflicts of territory and security. Thank you, that's my answer.
Thank you, Dato' Sun. The third question.
Thank you very much, Major General, for that very important question. In fact, it's one that I constantly have to remind my student at the Command and Staff College as well. If I can illustrate my answers by pointing to the characteristic of Singapore as a very, very small state, right? So I want to talk to this in two what I call Singaporean identity. Number one, as a small state. Number two, as an island state. So unlike Indonesia, which is one of the largest countries in the world, Singapore, as a small state, has a fundamental interest in the peaceful settlement of international disputes in accordance with international law and its sanction processes, not on the basis that might is right. As an island state, hemmed in by very, very big neighbors, right? Singapore needs to rely on international law, including UNCLOS, to ensure freedom of navigation and overflight, and to ensure that the interpretation and application of these provisions remain consistent. Imagine, for us Singaporeans to get out of Singapore, we need to either fly through somebody else's airspace or sail through somebody else's water. And these freedom of navigation and overflight is provided through international law, including UNCLOS. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jane. Any further comments, Chandra? Before I invite another participants. All right. Okay, now I would like to invite second question. Yes, the lady in the front. Mohon mic-nya. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'm Chuping from Malaysia. So my questions is to all panelists about your assessment on the Naval Coast Guard cooperation in Southeast Asia. So Indonesia.
May I know your name and also your institution, please?
Oh yes, I'm Chuping Hu from National University of Malaysia, UKM. And my question is to all the panelists about your assessment on your respective countries' Naval Coast Guard cooperation and how this Naval Coast Guard nexus can improve maritime security in Southeast Asia. Thank you.
I think about the Coast Guard and everything related to maritime security. So Professor Amparo or Dato' Sabirin? Okay.
I'm not a military person, so Doctor asked about Malaysian state of affairs nowadays. I think It is well known. You see, on the media, on the newspapers, we mentioned about this thing. But assets has been the probably biggest concern of all the states, for Straits of Malacca and South China Sea. It depends very much on the country economy, and that asset is not cheap, things like that. But I think one thing for sure, thing can be resolved. You can have joint exercise, which is being done quite often now. So I think all players, all countries understand each other's limitations, and they would like to overcome it by cooperation. I think this is very important. And then we have a lot of cooperation before for the petrol states of Malacca, and now we have exercises of China Sea. I think that could be the answer to this concern about assets and military procurement. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Amparo. Any perspective from your side?
Okay, with respect to the naval and Coast Guard operations of the Philippines, I would say that there is perfect interoperability between the two distinct organizations. And most of the capacity building training that our Navy personnel and Coast Guard personnel undertake abroad is really for purposes of response, having the appropriate response to disaster and disaster risk response, as well as law enforcement with respect to irregular, unreported, and unregulated fishing. The focus is on non-aggression. We are just focusing on the defense of our territorial waters. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hu. Thank you, Dr. Hu, for the very important question as well. I'll take this question in three dimensions. First, of course, you asked about our own country. In Singapore, as I mentioned in my last answer to the last question, Singapore is a very, very small country with very limited waters and also very limited resources. So naturally, both the Navy and our Coast Guard work together seamlessly, just like the Philippines. But on top of that, there are other maritime agencies that have maritime jurisdiction as well, right? Our civil defense have certain functions when it comes to, fire at sea, incidents at sea. Our Maritime Port Authority is in charge of, maintaining safety and environmental protection within the Singapore Strait. So all maritime-related agencies work together very, very well. So to talk about how Singapore cooperate with regional countries, and this is where, we have to highlight the jurisdictions of each of these agencies. Unlike some regional countries, our Coast Guard only have jurisdiction within territorial waters. And this is where, you see Singapore having a bit of problem, joining the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum. In a way, we are parties to it already, but thinking about what our Coast Guard can do and its function is highly limited because of, restrictions to the jurisdiction that our Coast Guard have. But still, we are trying to find ways to get around it, to ensure that, Singapore is at the table of an ASEAN initiative. Most recently, in Singapore, we hosted the International Maritime Security Conference in early May in conjunction with Index Asia. This conference is biannual. It was the 8th iteration this year in May, and it's the first time we have one dedicated panel featuring senior commanders from Coast Guards in the region. Both the commander from Bakamla and MMEA spoke at this event, highlighting, how there's a real recognition on the important role that Coast Guard and maritime law enforcement agency play in regional waters when it comes to ensuring safety, security of regional waters. Yeah, and also if we think about the Information Fusion Center, when it was first started, it only brought about conventional partners, i.e. only navies were part of it. Today, I believe we already have at least 3 liaison officers from the Coast Guard. Philippines was the first one who sent a Philippine Coast Guard liaison officer to Singapore to be part of this setup. Then the US has a Coast Guard liaison officer there. Most recently, Korean Coast Guard has a liaison officer in Singapore, and I believe that Bakamla is already actively and sending very positive vibe that they are going to send a liaison officers to the IFC as well. I think this in combination reminds us that, all agencies, Navy, or the civilian enforcement agencies all have a very important role to play in regional waters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jane. Now I open the floor for the third participants. Yes, the gentleman in, I know so many participants interested in your presentation. The middle, gentleman in the middle.
Okay, thank you. My name is Real Admiral Tokyo Utabarat from the National Defense Council. I would like to, first of all, I would like to emphasize our theme of the forum today, which is ASEAN Future Addressing the Region Geo-Maritime Rift. And this morning we already discussed many areas from Malacca Strait to South China Sea as well as Sulu. So my question is for the all speaker, what is your opinion as well as maybe from your country perception for the VII, free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as maybe from what do you think that the ASEAN should do for that? And then in particular for Professor Amparo Pamela Febe, would you like give us more information that how far that the archipelagic sea and passage Philippines that already managed or already conducted? Thank you very much.
And the first is Oke, Bapak bisa diulang yang pertanyaan pertama karena menyangkut dengan apakah terkait dengan manajemen dari konflik South China Sea kepada seluruh narasumber?
No, I said that first of all, I emphasize that our theme for this forum is ASEAN Future Addressing the regions and geomaritime rifts. And then we already discussed many areas from Malacca to the South China Sea as well as to the Sulu. And then my question is very simple because one of the speakers talked about the VII, which is the free and open Indo-Pacific. So I just ask for all the speakers, what is your view from both your view or maybe from your country's view for that VIBs, as well as what do you think that ASEAN should do for those sort of things? And then for the speaker from Philippines, I would like to asking about what the arrangement for the archipelagic sea and passage that the Philippines already do so far. Thank you. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, crystal clear. Thank you. Maybe Dato would like to give any comment about the VII and your Malaysian perspective on that, how to resolve on the conflict related to this and a part of the ASEAN member state. What is your perspective on that? Malaysian perspective.
Thank you, Dr. Adrani, and thank you, the speaker. The topic is about the addressing the region geo-maritime rifts. I have touched this during my presentation that rifts happen every time. We come up with a lot of solutions, bilateral, trilateral, multilateral agreement, arrangement, as well as having a lot of discussion through diplomatic channel to resolve a lot of issues. But I was focusing more towards what will happen in the future, how should we deal with it, looking back at history. This is my focus. I think if we deal too much detail on things, like sovereignty is very important, no doubt about it. It's very important to each country. But there are other pressing issues, I think, which could transcend this, like I mentioned about the issue of maintaining environment, this marine litters. Probably I can add some more like training. You know, you go towards about providing courses for our fleets of vessels, which is important not only for militarily but some other countries. Like now we know that we have issues that Philippines and Indonesia provide the largest seafarers in the world, and that BIMCO recently mentioned about the issue of integrity. Now we have to upskill the seafarers. I think this is the issue, I think, which transcends the issue of reefs. You know, you help each other because we are providing, helping the world shipping to progress and to be more effective, I think. So this area in which, apart from the environment, I think there are many other things which are very important for us that we can probably forget a bit about issue of sovereignty and territorial claims and conflicts. So the reefs can be, sometime the reef can be healed by avoiding it and focusing on other areas which is equally important for our livelihood. Thank you.
Professor Ramboro, maybe you can answer the first and then continue by the second one.
Thank you. Okay, answering the first question on freedom of navigation, the Philippines would like to really push for freedom of navigation. This is based on our experience of having 200 Chinese maritime militia ships blocking the Filipino fishermen. So what was the effect of these maritime militia? They were able to block our fishermen from securing their livelihood. That's why we really push for freedom of navigation. Now, for the second question, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea refers to the state having regard to the safety of navigation may require foreign ships exercising the right of innocent passage through its territorial sea to use sea lanes and traffic separation schemes for the regulation of the passage of ships. So this law was just passed last May, and we are still waiting for the Senate version and also for the implementing rules and regulations. So for the specifics of the Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act, this will take about 2 more months for the implementing rules and regulations, where the Congress will prescribe the sea lanes and air routes suitable for the passage of foreign ships. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, now Ms. James.
Admiral, if I got your question correctly, you were asking about the U.S. free and open Indo-Pacific and the correlating, increasingly number of Indo-Pacific outlooks that we have heard, some extra-regional countries have been sharing and, perception from the region. I think up to today, after seeing so many versions of the various Indo-Pacific, there's still a debate, at least from the academic and research perspective, still a debate whether these are strategies, are they concepts, are they outlooks, and that what are the expectations on regional country in terms of responding. So in a way, I would argue, and I did mention this a little bit when it comes to the AOIP, is ASEAN way of responding to these various versions of the Indo-Pacific concepts, so to speak. If I adopt one word, right, I would say concepts. Don't get me wrong, is that, if we look at all these various, versions of thinking of various countries in terms of their priorities, a lot of them, they share their priorities with us. When it comes to the Indo-Pacific, a lot of them share, avenues for cooperation, etc., etc. In fact, a lot of the key tenets in some of these concepts and outlooks are areas where, most Southeast Asian countries can agree to, right? Most of them spoke about freedom of navigation, most of them spoke about importance of SLOC, they talk about, importance of info sharing, capacity building. All these various tenets are important to the region. But the fact that we cannot and there's no clear indication of what these are, and the expectation from regional countries, that, in my mind, is what led to the AOIP. I think you might remember, Admiral, as well, in that there was bickering, amongst ASEAN member states when negotiating the AOIP as well, when drafting the AOIP, and how we end up with putting the word outlook as ASEAN outlook rather than the ASEAN Indo-Pacific outlook, the word outlook. I was told, at least, that it's not semantics, right? This is a message from Southeast Asian countries to say that, sure, we've read, your various version of outlook, concept, strategy. We understand that how this is important to us, and we have similar, interests. But ASEAN will use our own pace, our own method in thinking through about this new Indo-Pacific concept, so to speak. I hope I answered your question, Admiral. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jim. I think, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have time constraints, so we have to conclude this morning session. But I would like to highlight there are some key statements from the morning session. One, a stronger strategic partnership in the maritime domain could greatly contribute to the stability of the Indo-Pacific region. There is still a lot of potential for developing a strategic partnership with respect to maritime security in the Indo-Pacific, despite the presence of bilateral frameworks, the need to operationalize the partnership through consistent interaction and constant improvement. Moreover, other areas of maritime cooperation must also be explored, including domain awareness, interoperability, information sharing, and maritime law enforcement. However, due to the shift of the global geopolitical landscape and major power country burgeoning assertive naval activities in various parts of the Indo-Pacific, we have to significantly reorient the individual or national policies toward regional maritime security. And the last, the country with the same vision of maritime security will share a host of concerns and could potentially act an anchors of the regional maritime security order. All right, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big applause to the speakers. Thank you for your distinguished speaker for the very interesting and important presentation. All of the points discussed are critical and essential steps to empower strategic partnerships in managing maritime security in the region. Thank you. The discussion is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the interactive discussion, ma'am and sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a round of applause to our moderator and speakers for session 1.
Next, we would like to present Momento to the session 1 speakers and moderator, then followed by group photo. May we kindly invite to the stage Prime Secretary of Lemhanas, Deputy for Strategic Studies of Lemhanas and Chief of the VII Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first memento will be given to our speaker, Datuk Dr. Sabirin bin Jafar, Adjunct Professor University Kebangsaan Malaysia.
And for the second memento will be given to Professor Ampero Pamela Vabe from the Philippines.
For our third memento will be given to our speaker, Dr. Jane Chan Gitien from Singapore. Thank you very much, sir.
And last but not least, the last memento will be given to Dr. Dr. Adriani Kusumawardani as the moderator for today's session.
Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take your place to have a group photo session. Allow me to guide for the photo session. I will count down from 3 to 1. 3, 2, 1.
Share your best smile, everyone. Great.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may now return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our first session of the 7th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2023. Thank you, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will be having our second session, Southeast Asia Nuclear Free Weapon Zone. After a coffee break for 15 minutes outside the room, in the VVIP room, and in the VIP room, and in the lobby of Flores Ballroom, and we will see you back again at 10:15 a.m.
We hope that you could come to this room 5 minutes earlier at 10:10 a.m. Thank you very much for your cooperation and see you at session 2.
apa? Ya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, kindly we invite you back to Flores Ballroom Hotel Borobudur because the event will proceed in no time. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, kindly we invite you back to Flores Ballroom because in a few minutes we will begin the event.
Ladies and gentlemen and all the audiences, we kindly invite you to enter the Flores Ballroom since our event will be started shortly. Once again, it's already 10:12. We kindly invite all the audiences to come to Flores Ballroom as our event will be started immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we will kindly invite to enter the ballroom since our event will be started shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's already over, actually. We would like to invite for all audience to come to the Forest Ballroom as our event should be started immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to come to Flores Ballroom since our event will be started shortly. To avoid any interruptions during the event, we also like to remind you to switch off your mobile phone or turn into silent mode. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly enter the Flores Ballroom as the event will begin shortly. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we would like to remind you to please be seated as the event will begin shortly.
For all the event attendees, we would like to invite you to be seated at the prescribed seat since our event will be started immediately.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly be seated as the event will begin shortly.
We would like to request to all the fellow committees to guard and escort all of the audiences that's still outside of the Forest Ballroom to come inside the Forest Ballroom since our event will be started immediately. We thank you so much for your kind cooperations to enter the room quite punctually. and we would like to invite you to be seated at the designated places for the sign that the event is ready to start. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we invite you to be seated at the prescribed seat since our event will be started in no time. It's our honor to see your smile today. And today we will be continuing to the next session. And since this session will be started immediately, we invite all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated at your prescribed seat since our event will be started in no time.
To avoid any interruptions during the event, please turn off your mobile phones or turn it into silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
For the audience that may need the help or the assistance for the translations, you may wear the headset and you can set it back on the table after you finish using it. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang membutuhkan translasi dalam bahasa Indonesia, Bapak Ibu dapat menggunakan headset dan meletakkan kembali ke meja yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly be seated as the event will begin shortly. Thank you. Once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly be seated at your prescribed seat as the event will begin shortly.
For the audience may need the assistance for the translation or the interpretation, you may use the headset and you can set it back to the table after you're finished using it. Thank you for your kind cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 7th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2023. ASEAN's future, addressing the region's geo-maritime rifts.
Ladies and gentlemen, To lead the session 2, Southeast Asia Nuclear Free Weapon Zone, may we kindly invite to the stage Mr. Chaka Alferdi Awal.
Mr. Chaka is the Director for International Security and Disarmament of Directorate General for Multilateral Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite the three speakers to the podium, to the stage. I will invite Dr. Aaron J. Rabena, Dr. Chiu Ping Ho, and Dr. William Chung. Please. Thank you. Now let's start our session. This is the last session, but hopefully it will also be a productive session. I'm honored to be the moderator of this session, but we are talking a little bit different. We are talking about nuclear weapons. Excellencies, Governor Lemhanas, Governor Andi Wijajanto, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. To begin, I want to make a confession. A confession that I am yet unable to come up with an optimistic point of view regarding this issue. Why? Because of the development in the world of nuclear weapons. In fact, it happened sometimes before what we have today. I think since 2015, the NPT Review Conference, a prominent forum discussing about non-proliferation of nuclear weapons, disarmament, and peaceful uses, were unable to reach the conclusion. But we have also one step forward, the conclusion of Treaty of Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. But in Indonesia, we call it poco-poco, one step forward, two step back. That's the situation of the nuclear weapons situation in the world. And the situation was aggravated now with the threat of nuclear weapons used in many parts of the world. In the conflict in Ukraine, the threat of using tactical nuclear weapons are being made. In our region, the increase of nuclear arsenal also happening. Lately, we have also received the news about the development of nuclear naval propulsion, nuclear-powered submarine, that all the developments put pressures in our region, including in ASEAN. In ASEAN, we have what we call Southeast Asia Nuclear Weapons Free Zone, SANFES Treaty. But then this treaty is put into the test on how this treaty can contribute to the de-escalation of the situation today. So that's why I am yet unable to find a way to be more optimistic than today. I hope the three panelists will shed some lights and bring a glimpse of hope on how ASEAN with the SANFES Treaty can contribute to the creation or the escalation of peace in the region. With that opening, without further ado, I would like to introduce Dr. Chew Ping Hu, Senior Lecturer, Strategic Studies and International Relations Program of the National University of Malaysia. Dr. Hu, floor is yours.
First of all, I would like to thank Lemhanas and also the organizing committee of Jakarta Geopolitical Forum for convening this very important dialogue among ourselves in Southeast Asia. So this final session, even though it is about nuclear, but there is a maritime dimension to it, which I think is very important to be discussed. So previously, we just have the maritime session, and it was a very good discussion among ourselves, and I hope to continue to bring it into this session. So for my presentation, I will provide an overview about the treaty itself, the Southeast Asian Nuclear Weapon Free Zone, why it received such a limited recognition, and what it means for our regional security. So in terms of this treaty's significance, it is very well agreed upon and designed that it actually follows all the major global nuclear regime framework, which includes the Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, and also we are following IAEA's safeguard guidelines, principles, and also with various other like CTBTO, the Convention on Banning the Test, and also many other commitments such as Southeast Asian countries will never develop nuclear weapons. So why it is still such a controversial treaty to be agreed upon by the other nuclear weapon states? So as I mentioned just now, not only with NPT and IAEA, it also complied with the United Nations Charter, calling for cooperation, and also between the nuclear weapon states and non-nuclear weapon states to support the global nuclear security regime. So this is the only nuclear weapons free zone treaty in the world that covers territorial sea, which includes continental shelf, the exclusive economic zones, its archipelagic waters, and all the maritime zone as claimed by the Southeast Asian countries, the ASEAN member states. So this is also the only nuclear weapon free zone treaty in the world so far that has no major powers, especially the nuclear weapon states, signing on and agreeing to our protocol. So in comparison with the other nuclear weapon free zone treaty in the world, so the color corresponds with the region where it was signed. So the Treaty of Antarctica prohibits any countries in the world to deploy nuclear weapons in the international zone. Secondly is the Treaty of Tlatelolco, which is from Mexico to Latin America. So they pledge not to develop nuclear weapons as well. And that follows by Treaty of Rarotonga in the Southern Pacific,
covering New Zealand, Australia, and supposedly the South Pacific. And then the fourth one would be in Southeast Asia, the Treaty of Bangkok, 1995. So it came into force in 1997, of which during that time, we tried to negotiate with the nuclear weapon states to agree to our protocol and the articles contained in the treaty. However, because we can't secure their agreement and signature, so we went ahead and enforced it by 1997. And so right after that, it was followed by the African Nuclear Weapon Free Zone Treaty, the Treaty of Pelindaba in 1996. And 10 years later, Central Asia formulate their own nuclear weapon free zone in 2006, which is modeled after the Treaty of Bangkok. So Treaty of Bangkok is a model treaty for nuclear weapons free zone because it is one of the most comprehensive. But being the most comprehensive also means it is the most problematic, so especially in the maritime zone. So aside from those conventional, the traditional nuclear weapon free zone treaties, we have two others. So one is Mongolia, the only single state nuclear weapon free zone declaration made by one country in Northeast Asia because its neighbors, such as China, Russia, the two Koreas and Japan, which have their own nuclear energy program, couldn't agree to a nuclear weapon free zone principle. So last but not least, the latest development is the Middle East zone free of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction. So this is still under negotiation for the Middle Eastern region. So the added clause on other weapons of mass destruction is due to the fact that Iraq war was triggered by the suspicion that the country was developing WMD. So we are seeing a kind of an evolution in what type of the nuclear weapons free zone treaty that can also cover other types of weapons of mass destruction. So James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation, based in California, one of the leading institutions in the world studying nuclear non-proliferation and other nuclear security matters, provide this overall overview of the differences between all of the nuclear weapons free zone treaties. Basic prohibitions such as no military use, no testing of nuclear weapons, no production, acquisition, storage, installation. And then the Treaty of Rarotonga included fissile material, for example, and whether each of the treaty provide negative assurance and recognized by the nuclear weapon states or not. So as for Treaty of Bangkok, yes, we do want the nuclear weapon states to provide their negative security assurance. Later I will further explain why. So for us, we are obliged by the NPT, IAEA, and that we want both the nuclear weapon states and the non-nuclear weapon states, the contracting party to the treaty, to agree to our guideline, including respect the maritime dimension of the nuclear weapon free zone of Southeast Asia, and allowing peaceful safeguard of nuclear energy program. So this is one of the contentious, contested by the other nuclear weapons state, especially by the United States. And after that, the Treaty of Pelindaba, covering Africa. So they went further ahead and said no research on any nuclear-related capabilities. So this is why Treaty of Pelindaba received much more acceptance and embrace by the nuclear weapon states because they promised not to even touch the peaceful use of nuclear energy. So one of the most modern treaty for Central Asia, so it is everything much like the Schoenfest Treaty, except that they don't cover maritime because Central Asian countries are landlocked countries. So that makes it another a more popular nuclear weapon free zone treaty, even though the nuclear weapons states has agreed to all of these principles and treaty, but they do have reservation. So they don't agree to every bit of contained in all of the other nuclear weapon free zone treaties. They make reservations. But they don't even make reservation with Southeast Asian nuclear weapon free zone treaty. Why? Because under the Article 17 of Schoenfest Treaty, this treaty shall not be subject to reservations. So in this way, we kind of, so this article was supposed to be revised, amended before it came into force. So ASEAN set up an executive committee to negotiate with the 5 nuclear power, the P5. So throughout 1995, 96, and also 97, we agreed to make amendments to this article. However, because of the other issues that I mentioned just now, including for the United States, they are concerned over how they are going to implement their nuclear deterrence, means that even this article was not be able to be amended in time before it came into force. So another contention for the reservation to be made among the nuclear weapon states is the territorial water. So continental shelf, as the previous session discussed, its various interpretation by different maritime nations already create much controversies and also mixed reactions from all countries concerned. So what more when we bring that interpretation into a nuclear weapon-free zone? So it becomes more problematic. And this is why for nuclear weapon states, when they navigate through South China Sea, for example, and even the passages like Malacca Straits, Java Sea, Philippine Sea, and going upwards to Northeast Asia, East China Sea. So in one of the discussions, the latest one that I participated in 2021, the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies, together with United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs, convened a discussion specifically on Schonfest Treaty. So during the discussion, I observed that they still have major reservation about notion over negative security assurance and also the maritime coverage of the Schonfest Treaty. So at the end of this forum, we still can't quite convince the American to agree to reaching a consensus on agreeing with our treaty and protocol. So the interpretation of the protocol's articles is also, I think, is the main reason why the United States and in extension to the other nuclear weapon states refuse to sign on to our protocol and treaty. So this protocol is of permanent nature, shall be enforced indefinitely, and this is the same for any other sets of a nuclear weapon-free zone treaty that I introduced earlier. However, we do provide space for ASEAN contracting party, ASEAN member states, to withdraw from the treaty if we found the protocol jeopardize our supreme national interest. So this also is free or very up to our individual interpretation. What do we mean by supreme national interest in the events of extraordinary crisis or incident? So, and these are not very well defined, and everyone can interpret in any ways they want. So the United States contested that if Southeast Asian nations could withdraw from the treaty due to this protocol provision, then Southeast Asia nuclear weapon-free zone does not prohibit does not prohibit us from developing nuclear energy, which may be used to be weaponized in the near future. So their concern is, back then, I think, is quite unfounded. It's not built on a solid foundation, except for the fact that now it is even more difficult to convince the nuclear weapon states of our commitment to never develop nuclear weapons. So to promote reassurance to the nuclear weapon states, especially the United States, ASEAN do set up various, so earlier I mentioned about executive committee of the Schonfest Treaty. We also have ASEAN network of regulatory bodies on atomic energy, ASEAN Nuclear Energy Cooperation Network, and also ASEAN Regional Forum. So this is the forum where we engage the other nuclear powers, including US, China, UK. So ISM on NPD is one of the forums where we keep trying to promote disarmament dialogue and to ask to convince the nuclear weapon states of our intention to remain nuclear weapons free. However, now things get so much complicated because last year, Myanmar signed a nuclear cooperation roadmap with Russia. So according to this news, which was released in September 2022 that Myanmar regime would acquire a small atomic nuclear reactor. So by this year, so 2023. So that means that nuclear weapon states surely would feel like they are already dissatisfied with how ASEAN handle Myanmar crisis. And now that we have the regime that is trying to acquire a nuclear reactor, even though they claim it is for peaceful use of nuclear energy in 14 areas, we are not sure in detail what are those 14 areas because there is no details. But it means that nuclear weapon states will have no choice but to implement nuclear deterrence, whether in extension to their allies, like the Philippines or Thailand, or in extension from the Northeast Asian theater. So negative security assurance is a major issue raised when I was part of the conversation 2 years ago. So it means a guarantee by a nuclear weapon state like the United States that possess nuclear weapons, it will not use the nuclear weapons or threaten to use the nuclear weapons against non-nuclear weapon states. So you can imagine in the Myanmar scenario, if they try to weaponize the nuclear energy and the nuclear reactor that they acquired from Russia. So it means the United States will have no choice but to threaten to use the nuclear weapons against a yet-to-be non-nuclear weapon states like Myanmar, if that scenario continues to develop. So we don't ask for positive security assurance because that should be reserved for the allies, like come to an aid if a non-nuclear weapon states are under attack. So we can now see why this is such contentious. So what it means and how it implicates Southeast Asian security. First dimension, I would say, is the nuclear security and the safety issues associated with it. First is the freedom of navigation by nuclear weapon states in the waterways of Southeast Asia. So already we know various types of warships have sailed through South China Sea. So whether they are nuclear powered, nuclear propelled, or even nuclear armed vessels, they already traverse the waters of this region, including in the territorial waters of their allies like the Philippines, especially the Philippines. So the nuclear accidents at sea would mean that it would harm not only the interests of the Southeast Asian nations, but also to our maritime environment and the security associated with the safety of navigation as well. And not to mention that we currently have a very busy underwater traffic caused by the high number of submarines traveling through our undersea of South China Sea. There is a very high concern about coalition among the submarine forces. I think 10 years ago, all Southeast Asian countries combined, we only have up to about 10 to 14 conventional nuclear submarines. But in 7 more years, by 2030, combined together, we may have a total of at least 20 conventional nuclear submarines. Singapore just signed an agreement with Germany to develop conventional nuclear submarine, conventional submarine, sorry. And then Vietnam as well, they try to develop and have a submarine fleet, stronger fleet on their own because of the situation in the Paracel Islands in South China Sea. If the nuclear-powered submarine, for example, face a coalition incident, we do have this crisis simulation scenario play out between India and Pakistan because it happened before. And the situation at that time, even though it was contained, but in the case of Southeast Asia, we will be lacking in experience and also capacity to deal with such accident. So this should be prioritized as one of the key areas that the nuclear weapon state should jointly look into together with Southeast Asian countries. So already there is accidents involving US vessels, so it is not nuclear powered, I think. So the incident happened when they stranded on the Tubataha reefs. So this incident actually caused massive damage to the marine park, so destroying the coral reef, which is United Nations UNESCO heritage listed marine park. So as a result of it, US have to pay, I think, in millions of dollars to the Philippine government. So imagine that scenario if it is happening in other shallower waters in South China Sea. So for this, we need to understand another concept, key concept, for all of us who share the international waters of South China Sea, and that is bathymetry. So ocean bathymetry matters in marine planning, navigation, military activities, and also environmental monitoring, because the depth of our ocean varied in the very wide range in Southeast Asia. And with rapid development of technology and the confluence of various expertise from engineering and also scientists, marine biologists, and so on and so forth, we need to create a new knowledge field in nuclear maritime nexus. And Southeast Asian Nuclear Weapons Free Zone Treaty provide exactly that. And bathymetry has become such a geopolitical issue, as we can see from this study by Professor Uehara from Kyushu University. So she mapped out the bathymetry in South China Sea, and it is quite clear that over closer to the Philippines, the ocean depth is deeper, but closer to the middle of South China Sea, where northern North Natuna Sea would meet. And this area is where international water really resides, and it could create a kind of navigation accidents or nuclear submarine accident, especially in this area. So Professor Uehara actually employed different technology. So she studied this over the last 10 years using different types of technology to see whether the mapping of bathymetry is appropriate. So from what she managed to show is that the older the technology, the less accurate it is. So with the more modern technology, it actually shows very different depth zone, even in the Java Sea and also in southern South China Sea. So meaning that accident can happen because of inaccurate knowledge about the depth in our underwater area. So China, of course, pay attention to such scientific and also technical requirement for them to navigate the South China Sea. So a group of Chinese scientists led by Ruan, in 2020, they published using 7 different, oops, I don't know what I did, okay. So using 7 different technology in mapping the bathymetry in South China Sea, they shows also different and variation in the in how it was showing slightly different measuring point and depth across the very same area that they study. So it means that there is so much collaboration that can be forged first in the area of understanding our international waters before we can talk about how we wanted to take care of this region. So, of course, the biggest implications for regional security would be the geopolitical and geostrategic competition involving US and China especially, and the possibility of the theater, the war-like scenario that can be spill over from East China Sea into South China Sea. And everyone is paying attention to China's increased military buildup, including nuclear force. So far, they have pledged no first use, and they also pledged that nuclear force of China is solely for deterrence purpose. But there is an anxiety whether they will use nuclear weapons over contingency in the Taiwan Strait, and possibly deployment of nuclear armed assets in South China Sea, such as on the Fiery Cross Reef, and so on and so forth. So how should we prepare a regime, so that will be covered by Dr. Aaron later, for a kind of a Southeast Asian-led nuclear responsibilities, together with a London-based think tank, the British American Security Information Council, which is not government-related at all. So this think tank trying to acquire funding from various governments to conduct studies and understanding how we can create a better framework, and that is nuclear responsibilities, and to convince the states who are in conflict with each other to embrace the concept. So far, this framework has been implemented between India and Pakistan. So the project is now entering its third phase. So for Southeast Asia and also for Korean Peninsula, we are at the beginning of exploration. So this is where I think Southeast Asia and also, of course, ASEAN can utilize the opportunity afforded by Schonfest Commission to propose to institutionalize a form of a consultative mechanism with the nuclear weapon states led by the United States because they have the biggest reservation and resistance to recognize Schonfest Treaty and its protocols. For Malaysia, so I'm from Malaysia, I have made this proposal to the United Kingdom when their senior minister for defense visiting Malaysia to reinvigorate our bilateral defense ties, to talk about the gaps of understanding between nuclear weapon states such as UK and with non-nuclear weapon states such as Malaysia. So in this way, we can conduct bilateral, multilateral dimension of discussion between us and the nuclear weapon state to achieve our goal in establishing mutual understanding between us. So how the nuclear responsibilities framework can help us to achieve the goals? Firstly, we need to recognize that we need a platform converging nuclear and maritime nexus, because as the only treaty in the world covering both nuclear and maritime, it is time for us to popularize the discourse. Secondly, a dialogue that recognizes what are each of our security dilemma. So in academic concept, we call it security dilemma sensibility, meaning you are thinking in other people's shoes. So to ensure progress in consultation and negotiation. So recently, China agreed to sign Schonfest Treaty and its protocol. So we hope that the US and other nuclear weapon states may want to follow to joining into agreeing to our Schonfest Treaty and protocol as well. Reviewing all the discussion in the past, and because there are such a rich documentation of the discussion took place between US and ASEAN over Schonfest Treaty, we should re-establish the ground for discussion in that way. So is this a competition of responsible great powers? So China Global Times immediately touted they are an exemplar of responsible power as supporting nuclear weapon-free Southeast Asia. So, so maybe Jakarta Geopolitical Forum can consider inviting my good friend Hong Ti-ha, based in ISIS, a colleague of William. So she just published on 14th of June, so just a few days ago, yesterday. So why China supports and how we can get more consensus from the other nuclear weapon states. And William later will also talk about how this can be related to the discussion of AUKUS, another military technology pact between US, UK, two nuclear weapon states to a non-nuclear weapon states like Australia. So with that, I end my discussion. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hu. I took note of your suggestion, especially the Southeast Asia nuclear responsibilities. Just come to my mind that actually the EXCOM of CEANFEST has this work plan, right? So I think your suggestions is very well fit into the discussion of the work plan of the EXCOM of CEANFEST. We have the latest one is for the period 2023 until 27, right? Yeah, I think that's one of the input that can be considered probably later. Thank you so much. Now let's move to the next speaker, Dr. Aaron Jet Rebena, Research Fellow, Asia Pacific Pathways to Progress Foundation, Inc. Dr. Rebena, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Governor Andy of Lemhanas, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi. I hope I said that right. A very good morning to you all. Firstly, I wish to express my sincerest thanks and gratitude to Lemhanas, particularly to Colonel Danny for the invitation. I am truly honored to be invited to be here and speak at JGF. So I think my friend Dr. Ping has done a good job of explaining the technicalities surrounding the ASEAN WFZ. For my part, I'll talk about ASEAN's Southeast Asian Nuclear Weapon Free Zone Treaty in line with the emerging international regime environment. So what do I mean by this? Okay, so my talking points, firstly, I'm going to talk about the origins of the ASEAN WFZ. Second is that sorry, I misarranged it, but second is going to be about the China-US Cold War.
This debate
origins of the ASEAN FWZ. I think I want to ask this question first. How do we actually maintain peace and avoid war? Well, firstly, of course, if we can agree simply to have peace, if we can negotiate or sue for peace, then much better, right? A peace or of course, that could potentially lead to miscalculation. And of course, if there's miscalculation, you would end up with a conflict or war. Sometimes before peace is achieved, war needs to happen first. And this was the case in the Korean Peninsula. A stalemate happened, it was in the aftermath of the Korean War. So a war needed to be fought first. Second is that in Vietnam, okay? North Vietnam had to really slug it out with South Vietnam, and eventually they were able to reunify their country. And third example would be Chinese Civil War. Okay, the CPC, the communists, beat the nationalists. And of course, this is essentially how you also create peace. And of course, I think all of us have seen in history the devastating impact of a nuclear weapon. And it was actually the US who first detonated a nuclear bomb on humans. And that was in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, where around 200,000 people had died. And actually after that, after World War II, came the Korean War. And as China was helping North Korea, General Douglas MacArthur actually broached the idea of also nuclear bombing China. And China had observed how the US used nuclear bombs against Japan, and now this nuclear blackmail from General Douglas MacArthur, that really motivated them to acquire also the bomb. And of course, not just China, but even the Soviet Union, and to a certain extent, North Korea. So there's been a domino of who wants to get the bomb. And actually, because of this idea of Douglas MacArthur, General MacArthur, he was sacked by President Truman. So international regimes on nuclear proliferation, I think the overarching regime for this is the NPT, as mentioned by Dr. Ping. And of course, there's the regional one, the Southeast Asia Nuclear Weapons Free Zone Treaty, which is what we're talking about right now. And this one was, came about after the collapse of the Soviet Union. I think ASEAN has had enough of, great power politics in its neighborhood. However, no P5 or UN P5 power has actually acceded, sadly, to this nuclear proliferation, non-nuclear proliferation regime. But as mentioned a while ago, China is willing to accede and subscribe to this. because there are certain problems with respect to geographic scope. It was also discussed a while ago. Will it apply to territorial sea, EEZ, CS, and even the acts of port calls, transiting foreign ships, aircraft, freedom of navigation. So, as was mentioned by Dr. Ping, there is indeed a divergence in the interpretation of this. Okay. So, most lately, the Hiroshima Vision on nuclear disarmament by the G7 actually announced a commitment to achieving a world without nuclear weapons with undiminished security for all, and outlined a realistic, pragmatic, and responsible approach, maintaining the record of nuclear non-use and decline in global nuclear arsenals, and a moratorium on nuclear testing and fissile material production for weapons purposes. Okay. And if you would look at in terms of stats, of course, the leaders when it comes to deployed and stored warheads would be the US, Russia, the United Kingdom, and of course, China and India. And these countries are actually dialogue partners of ASEAN. The latest one being the United Kingdom. Okay? So what are their nuclear doctrines? Okay, China abides by the no first use rule, NFU, and they also would not threaten to use nukes against non-nuclear weapon states. The US abides by the first use rule, meaning that they can strike preemptively. And actually, this applies to allies because they have extended deterrence or nuclear umbrella given to allies. Russia, they also have the first use rule. It can be a response to a nuclear attack or a weapon of mass destruction. And if their existence is threatened by a powerful conventional weapon. North Korea is vague on this. India, like China, non-first use rule. The UK, they have the first use rule. So different principles when it comes to the application of nuclear weapons. And most recently, threats of nuclear weapons being used are actually has not gone away because President Putin has said that he's not bluffing over the possible use of a nuclear weapon. Okay? And he even put their nuclear forces on high alert. Okay? So in our region, Greater East Asia, the geopolitical flashpoints are also possible nuclear flashpoints because the involved actors are great powers. And these are in the areas of the Korean Peninsula, of course. North Korea continues to be an issue, a problem. Second would be the East China Sea between China and Japan. Of course, Taiwan, as we see it, recent tensions. And of course, the South China Sea. And with respect to the South China Sea, actually, I just want to make it clear that the South China is not just about oil and gas or fish, because resources is just one aspect of the South China Sea. It's also an environmental issue because of IUUs, reclamation activities. It's also a political and legal issue because of domestic legislations and different constructions of international law. And it's also a security and geopolitical issue, most significantly because you see military deployments, military exercises, you see FONOPs, restriction of fishing and resupply access, and of course there's what is called the Malacca dilemma of China, where it is very dependent on for supply access. Okay, so why does ASEAN as a whole need to care about the South China Sea? I think first it's because the South China Sea is geographically located in Southeast Asia. It is in ASEAN's neighborhood, so it is ASEAN's business to care about the South China Sea. Second, ASEAN countries' exports and imports to and from Northeast Asia pass through the South China Sea. In the event of a conflict in the South China Sea, of course, expect that imports and exports to and from Japan, Korea, and China to be hampered, even Taiwan. Okay. So I think there's a confluence of security interest and demand for superiority and relative gains in the region. You see the problem of the North Korean issue. The North Koreans actually threaten South Korea. North Korea also threatens Japan. They threaten the US also. And China's rise threatens South Korea, Japan, US, the Philippines, and other South China Sea claimant states, and they also threaten Taiwan. Russia, likewise, they, because of their closeness with China, they to a certain extent threaten South Korea and Japan. So there's a lot of security dilemma that's going on in our region, and I believe they're all connected. And for example, if you say that South Korea will acquire the nukes, what would the Japanese have to say about that? So yes, as I said, South Korea has brought up the idea of going nuclear, okay, and so has Japan. When ex-Prime Minister Abe was still alive, okay? And we also need to take into account if whether or not the US will be there for the long haul. Especially if you have a president like Donald Trump who was somehow very isolationist, you know. So if you have an American foreign policy that is, or a president that is inward looking, what will happen then to its extended deterrence and nuclear umbrella? Will other allies then take matters into their own hands and build their own nukes? Now we go to the China-US Cold War, this context. I think it's similar because the elements of the Cold War, there's a competition in terms of ideology, there's arms race, no economic interdependence, and the presence of nuclear weapons. I think these are the major elements that's still present right now in the case of, in the case of the Cold War between, maybe I lost that slide, but it's still the same. The Cold War now between the US and China, it's pretty much like this. And Southeast Asia, during the Cold War, was, some preferred to actually be non-aligned, and some actually, decided to align with Seattle, but of course this was short-lived. And yeah, okay, so right now this is it, the new Cold War. The same elements are there, ideological difference, the nuclear weapons, arms race, space race, allegiances. In terms of allegiances, China has its own preferred institutions like the BRICS, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, G20, and AIIB. So you see a lot of competition between the two. And during the Cold War, there was the Cuban Missile Crisis, which put the world on the brink of a nuclear war. But right now, in the new Cold War, as I showed a while ago, I'm showing it again, there can be a crisis, a Cuban Missile Crisis in these areas. Okay. And the nuclear triad, this one is important when we look at the nuclear capabilities of the nuclear powers, because nukes can come from land-based missiles, they can come from the air, and they can also come from down under, from the sea-launched ballistic missiles. Okay, so this is the nuclear triad. And actually, there is an agreement that binds the US and Russia with respect to nuclear warheads deployment. And the New START Treaty was quite effective, actually, in putting a cap on the development of the US and Russia. However, it is set to expire in 2026, and China is not a party to this. Okay? So, deepening security dilemma, as I said, there is no arms control agreement between the US and China, and the New START agreement between Russia and China will expire in 2026. And so the arms race, everyone wants to beat the other, okay? Everyone wants to be to be ahead of others. And this is caused by mistrust. So from mistrust, you will get into a conventional arms race, and this arms race, because you're not satisfied with your superiority, you will resort to nuclear arms race. And so therefore that means nuclear expansion, your capability to strike in terms of, to absorb first strike and then deliver a second strike capability. And this nuclear arms race is actually leading also into a tech race in terms of innovative delivery systems for delivering nuclear weapons. And as you can see, so the US and China keep on testing. October 2021, the Chinese tested a hypersonic gliding vehicle, and the US, just this April, tested the Minuteman III, okay? It's an ICBM. And they continue also to spook each other through submarines. So here you see a US ballistic missile submarine pops up near China, and likewise a Chinese nuclear submarine surfaces near Guam. Okay? And just since I said that China is not a party to the New START treaty, in just a span of just around a year, China was able to add plus 60 nuclear warheads to its arsenal. Okay? So it is increasing. China is increasing its nuclear arsenal. And here you can see the number of their ICBM launchers. It's at around 450. And there on the right, you can see just how much short-range ballistic missiles that can be, that are within the range of ASEAN, okay, within the area of ASEAN. Okay. And the US also plans to station strategic bombers, B-52, in Australia. So all these developments are part of that nuclear triad that I told you a while ago. And not just that, but the US Navy also sets to build a new submarine base to monitor China's growing undersea fleet, and this will be based in Western Australia. Okay. And now in terms of delivery systems, we see a lot of innovation happening, you know. Everybody wants to be ahead of everybody, so they're trying to decipher what's the possible move of their target state, okay? So they will resort to unmanned vehicles, whether they are sea-based or, you know, whether through air, okay? So this is really expanding that arms race that's going on in the region. So when we diagnose ASEAN, what major factors do we think shape the behavior of ASEAN? I think two things. One is the economic dependence. ASEAN member states are dependent on certain countries for economic reasons. And some ASEAN states are antagonistic towards certain countries because of territorial and maritime disputes, okay, which creates mistrust. And so I have said that it's not just about the US and China that we are talking about here. The US and China Cold War, that is just one level, but there's also another level that is between the Philippines and South China Sea claimant states. It can be between the Philippines and China, or Malaysia and China, or Vietnam and China. But there's two levels. It's not just about the US and China. And actually, our dispute with China makes us a party in interest in the ongoing China-US competition. And for the Philippines, I think it has a unique structural feature, I think, because it is, while it is the South China Sea, it is a South China Sea claimant state, it is also not the US treaty ally, but it is the only ASEAN country that's near to Taiwan. So this makes the Philippines extra useful for the US, okay? And so nuclear-powered subs have made port calls in the Philippines for several years. And now we see a competition for the key to sea and naval power and nuclear superiority. China has militarized the islands in the South China Sea. The United States continues to conduct FONOPs, so they simply would not want to give up. And according to a retired Filipino Army general, the United States actually, if they will launch a first strike against China, it will be in the Manila Trench, because this Manila Trench is very deep, and you know, it is where US Ohio-class submarines can operate, and it is also very near to China. So the reaction time from China is actually very, very short, and this will really be a surprise attack for China. Okay. Now, since we have recently enhanced our security agreement with the US through the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, our officials have said that the Philippines will not be used for a Taiwan contingency. Okay? And our armed forces have said that the US must declare all assets that it will deploy to the Philippines. You know, because it could not be possible that it can't be used for the South China Sea, but for Taiwan. And we will see if the US will also deploy a THAAD missile defense system, just as they did to South Korea a few years ago. And as far as the Philippines is concerned, our constitution prohibits the possession of nuclear weapons. But actually, just last March, there was a senior official in the Marcos government who said that it's about time to lift the nuclear weapons ban. So, the implications of China's militarization in the South China Sea. I think the potential target, it could be the United States, but it's not just the US, because if you control the South China Sea, you actually put at your mercy other countries dependent on that sea lane for commerce. So this is what we're actually seeing right now. And I think a potential game changer also, if will Cambodia host a Chinese naval base? I don't think this is confirmed yet, but there are just reports. And now, number 3, we go to ASEAN as a normative power, convening power. I think it's unfair to say that ASEAN is a failure. Some people say that simply because there is no COC yet. But I think if you would look at the achievements of ASEAN here, you can see them. It's able to convene so many powers and has been able to come up with mechanisms to engage with major powers. So ASEAN has an agenda-setting power. It is a normative power, and it exercises convening power. Or ASEAN centrality, we can see it here. But then, there we see right now the emergence of minilaterals, like the Quad and the AUKUS. Okay? And I think China is very worried about the AUKUS because if you have a nuclear-powered submarine, then that means that submarine can be nuclear-armed. And right now, other minilaterals in the region, recently there was a Philippines, US, Japan, Coast Guard and joint exercise. It is said that a naval exercise will follow suit. And then you also have a ROK, US, Japan trilateral. And they say that, I don't know if this is the new Quad, but there's a foreign ministers meet between the Australian, Japanese, US defense ministers during the Shangri-La dialogue. And so this more broadly, you see an alignment of minilaterals and multilaterals, okay? And the implications of this is that it is actually challenging ASEAN centrality. And ASEAN does not have, collectively, ASEAN does not have hard power. It only has normative power. But the emerging minilaterals, they have a lot of hard power with them. And what this means is that they're putting matters into their own hands, and that they are bypassing ASEAN. So what is it then? So do we want ASEAN centrality, US centrality, because you have the Quad, AUKUS, new Quad, trilateral, Japan, ROK, US trilateral in the Pacific Economic Framework, or China centrality, BRI, AIIB, or simply because of China's economic weight? It's a major trading player, it's a major investor and a provider of ODA. So what centrality do we want to see in the region? I think this is also what ASEAN needs to also discuss within itself. It abides by the ASEAN way of non-intervention, but at the same time, it's concerned about the growing alignments in the region in terms of the great powers, okay? So if ASEAN abides by the non-intervention principle, then it should not be concerned about what other countries are doing, like the AUKUS or the Quad. But of course, there are security implications. That's why ASEAN cares about it. And lastly, of course, for my conclusion, I think that ASEAN has done a lot, but it needs to do more when it comes to the COC. And how about we embed nuclear weapons in the COC? Because the South China Sea is a potential flashpoint. And how about if we facilitate an arms control treaty between the US and China, or arms control treaty between the US, Russia, and China? Okay. Some scenarios going forward: what if Taiwan goes nuclear? What if Australia's subs become nuclear armed? Will there be an AUKUS plus arrangement? Will Canada join the group? Will there be a Quad plus arrangement? Or will there be a NATO plus arrangement? NATO recently opened an office in Japan. Will there be, at the same time, a NATO office in Southeast Asia? Will there be a US-Japan-Taiwan trilateral or more? Will AUKUS, Quad, and other groupings converge? So I think all these issues are now merging. They're now converging. Taiwan, South China Sea, all of them are now converging because of the strategic rivalry, not just between the US and China, but also between China and the West. So if we want to see how war is likely in the region, I think we have to take it from Clausewitz, where he said that war is an extension of politics. And we look at the state of politics now, it's sometimes it's not so good, you know. Because if states cannot settle their differences on the diplomatic table, they will settle it on the battlefield. And it is not impossible for nuclear powers to get into a conflict with each other. It has happened before, 1969, 1999. So nuclear powers can actually have limited conflict with each other. And so this is maybe just my suggestion. ASEAN itself can strive to be a pole in this US-China strategic competition, because the world is not just about the US and China, okay? So we need to hedge. We need to connect. The small and middle powers need to connect with each other and strengthen their agency, okay? Because I think ASEAN is a geopolitical player. ASEAN's collective economic strength means economic power. And if ASEAN can make other powers dependent on it and not vice versa, then I think ASEAN will be safer. So I will end here, and thank you for listening. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Rabina. It's interesting to note your recommendation regarding COC and then new treaty between US, China, and Russia, and the ASEAN geopolitical power. Now, let's come to the last panelist, which will discuss I think the hottest topic now, the AUKUS. So, Dr. William Chung, Senior Fellow, Regional Strategic and Political Studies Program, ISIS, Yusof Ishak Institute. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Chaka. Thank you, Lemhanas, and the Governor of Lemhanas for inviting me. Having been with the IISS previously and running the Shangri-La Dialogue, I think I have to extend my appreciation and thanks for Lemhanas for running such a well-oiled, well-planned program. I think I can speak for all the speakers that we feel that we are treated really well, including down to your liaison officers reminding us of what time to do what. So thank you very much for inviting us. I am the last speaker today, so I see that we break for lunch at 12. So I'll try to keep this as painless as possible on a topic that's quite painful, which is on AUKUS and its implication on Southeast Asia. But before I start, I want to make a caveat to the paper that Chu Ping presented, written by my colleague Hong Thi Ha, who's a Vietnamese scholar and a colleague of mine at ISIS. I think the agreement on China and Schonfest is that China has expressed agreement to sign Schonfest, but as with most things Chinese, they always come with a caveat. So on China and Schonfest, basically China has said that it is likely to sign Schonfest. It wants to sign Schonfest, provided it doesn't contravene China's interpretation of its territories and maritime zones. So that is a big caveat. And also, to quote my colleague Hong Ti-ha, he also notes that China saying that it wants to sign Schonfest is basically a way of delegitimizing the military presence of other foreign powers in Southeast Asia, and thus contributing to China's anti-access aerial denial strategy in the area. So now I'll go straight to my presentation. My presentation slides are kind of, I don't have many, and you don't seem to be, okay, does it work? Okay. I'm going to make 3 broad points. I'm going to tell you what AUKUS is about. I'm going to tell you why there's controversy about AUKUS, and tell you about some of the Southeast Asian reactions. So what's AUKUS? AUKUS, I think, as you know, was introduced in 2021 by Australia, the UK, and the United States. And it's a trilateral security arrangement which allows for the United States and UK to give Australia nuclear propulsion technology that enables it to power a new generation of subs, otherwise known as AUKUS. And so what are some of the rationale for AUKUS? Number one is to promote the free and open Indo-Pacific concept, which we have discussed in this forum. The second, as we know, is of course to deter and defend against challenges in the international order. And you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that they're primarily referring to China. A second reason is to modernize America's alliances in the Atlantic and the Pacific. We all know that, as with most things Australian, and I've spent some time in Australia before, there tends to be some problems. Some of the problems with the AUKUS project is that it's a multi-decade, 3-phase timetable. We're not going to see any AUKUS subs to the late 2030s or early 2040s. And of course, we could see kind of budget ballooning. AUKUS is currently valued at 180 to 250 billion, but of course, we could see the schedule slipping, technical issues, and all that's associated with nuclear-powered submarines. And of course, the major consideration for Southeast Asians is concerns about arms racing, concerns about undermining the NPT, IAEA safeguards, and of course, what are the implications on that on Schonfest? Some regional reactions, I think, sorry for that. Where's forward? Okay. There have been mixed responses ranging from the Philippines being largely positive, Vietnam kind of giving a kind of a tacit endorsement, Singapore, again, tacit endorsement, and from Malaysia and Indonesia, we have seen kind of, should we say some pushback when AUKUS was announced in September 2021, but there have been changes in tone. Just to illustrate, for the Philippines, I think I have to refer to, and I have to quote, the statement made by Foreign Secretary Teddy Locsin when AUKUS was announced in September 2021. It seems like an army of IR scholars must have taught him how to write the statement because he was very articulate and erudite. So it talks about how Southeast Asia lacks the military capabilities to ensure peace and stability, that Australia's power projection capabilities will help maintain the balance of power, and that Australia does not seek to acquire nuclear weapons, and hence AUKUS does not violate Schonfest or Canberra's commitment to the NPT. So when there was an AUKUS update made by President Biden, Prime Minister Sunak, and Prime Minister Albanese in March this year, the Philippines Department of Foreign Affairs essentially stated the same points. And it's not hard to figure out why the Philippines is broadly supportive of AUKUS, as Aaron has said, and our other Philippine speakers have said today and yesterday, the country has seen repeated instances of Chinese coercion in the South China Sea. And of course, as Aaron has noted earlier, the Philippines is the only ASEAN country that is a US ally, and is actually close to the Taiwan Strait. And we know that with the agreement on the 4 ACCA sites in the northern Philippines, it will put the Philippines and the US in a position to have some involvement in any Taiwan Strait scenario. Moving to Vietnam, Vietnam had a very, should we say, Vietnamese statement, which said a lot and said very little at the same time. So when AUKUS was announced, Vietnam said that they hope that all countries will contribute to the peace, stability, cooperation and development in the region and the world, and that nuclear energy should be used for peaceful purposes as must ensure the safety of humans and the environment. So this is such a broad statement that you can read a lot from it, but broadly, I hope you don't disagree with me. I think it was kind of a tacit endorsement of AUKUS. As for Singapore, Singapore's position has remained unchanged since 2021, when it said that all unilateral arrangements, whether it be AUKUS or the Quad, should support the regional order, and we should see an equilibrium in the balance. Speaking in June, just earlier this month, Singapore Deputy Prime Minister Lawrence Wong said that the island state welcomed new security arrangements like the Quad and AUKUS, insofar as they uphold the centrality of ASEAN and the rules-based order. But I think the most interesting reactions that we've seen in Southeast Asia towards AUKUS will be from Malaysia and Indonesia. Malaysia in March 2023, when the AUKUS update was announced, expressed the same concerns it expressed in 2021 about arms racing and proliferation risks. But I think there was a marked change in tone in the Malaysian statement. So KL said that it appreciated the readiness on the part of the 3 AUKUS countries in engaging with KL at various levels and sharing the latest updates and future projections for AUKUS. So KL also noted that it had improved bilateral ties with both Australia and the United Kingdom. Both countries, or all 3 countries, are partners in the 5-power defense arrangement. And so this could play a role in Malaysia's change in tone towards AUKUS. But nonetheless, the Malaysians, they reiterated their demand that AUKUS should fully respect and comply with Malaysia's policy of the operation of nuclear-powered submarines in its waters, and also it said that AUKUS should adhere to UNCLOS, ZOPFAN, and SHONFAS. Indonesia, again, was also more nuanced when the AUKUS update was released in March 2023. It said that it was following the AUKUS partnership closely, but it said that all countries should maintain peace and stability in the region, and it emphasized that Australia should be consistent in fulfilling its NPT and IAEA obligations. So again, it's kind of a change in tone from Malaysia and Indonesia, not outright rejection, but somewhat a tacit acceptance of the fact that AUKUS has some kind of nuclear-powered capability. And I think all credit is due to Australia. I think Australia really wore out the shoe leather in trying to go around Southeast Asian capitals, trying to convince Southeast Asian countries as to the validity and the importance of AUKUS. So I think it has been reported that Australia made 60 calls to leaders in Southeast Asia and the Pacific to discuss the agreement. I guess discuss the agreement means trying to get these countries to see the Australian point of view. Now I want to go to kind of 3 broad strokes on the major concerns about AUKUS and what this augurs for SHONFAS and ASEAN. The Malaysian argument about proliferation risks and kind of undermining of ZOPFAN and SHONFAS, I think it's it's kind of an overextended argument in the sense that Australia has been an exemplary state when it comes to non-proliferation. It signed the NPT in 1973 and implemented NPT safeguards under the Additional Protocol in 1997. It's a founding member of the IAEA. It's true that from Canberra's perspective, its strategic environment has deteriorated, but still remember that Australia has not broached the idea of going nuclear. I think the more important thing that we should worry about is what Aaron said earlier about the Republic of Korea and Japan considering nuclear weapons. If Japan, a country that is a pacifist country post-1945, 70 years after 1945, has at least opened the debate on nuclear weapons. The debate was opened by Shinzo Abe, the late Prime Minister. Japan is a long way away from Canberra. I think you can find very little domestic support in Australia today for nuclear weapons. I think a more kind of a sophisticated argument against AUKUS is that it provides a backdoor for non-nuclear weapon states to get nuclear weapons, and I think this is an argument that is extended not only by a columnist in the Jakarta Post, but also scholars such as James Acton. They say that AUKUS actually provides a loophole for nuclear weapon, non-nuclear weapon states to use nuclear propulsion as a cover towards nuclear weapons. But again, I think the reaction from the region, I think, will be quite strong if Australia actually crosses the Rubicon to nuclear weapons. The second contention with AUKUS is arms racing. And this is both an argument laid forth by both Malaysia and Indonesia. I think we cannot be blind to the fact that Southeast Asia is a heavily contested area, and as Aaron has said, there's a lot of security dilemmas in the region. But I think we have to be clear that we cannot put the cart before the horse. I think we can all agree that a lot of the Indo-Pacific statements that have come out by extra-regional powers like the UK, Canada, France, Germany, what have you, is all a sophisticated way of saying that the regional security environment has deteriorated, and this is largely due to concerns about China. I think we don't have to be rocket scientists to figure that out. And also there's little evidence of arms racing at the moment. As Tim Huxley, a recognized regional analyst, has said, China is still a long way from competing with the US in terms of military effort. In 2018, China's defense spending stood about 150 billion. That's 4 times less than America's 600 billion. In 2022, China's spending was about 240 billion versus the US at 766 billion. So even if the security environment deteriorates, I doubt that we will see arms racing, at least in Southeast Asian countries. I mean, we're seeing Southeast Asians' defense spending as a proportion of GDP has remained relatively stable. And also, if the arms racing that could happen in Northeast Asia actually spills over to Southeast Asia, I don't think Southeast Asia will come out with, hard balancing apart from what some scholars have said to be a predictable and standard responses, be it enhancing self-reliance or seeking external powers. And let me also note that we are talking merely about 8 to 12 nuclear-powered, not nuclear-armed AUKUS submarines. Just to put things into perspective, the collective tonnage of warships launched by the PLA Navy between 2014 and 2018 was 678,000 tons. And this is larger than the aggregate tonnages of the navies of France and Spain combined. And that's huge. PLA Navy currently operates about 6 nuclear-powered attack submarines, 6 nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines, 44 diesel-electric submarines. And this is way beyond what the AUKUS plan can actually put out. And again, I note again that AUKUS submarines will not come into the sea to the late 2030s and the 2040s. The last point I want to make is about the closure of Indonesian archipelagic sea lanes. There have been some comments in the media made by, say, an Indonesian retired two-star army general that says that Indonesia could close off the archipelagic sea lanes if these lanes are used for activities related to war or preparation of war. And this arguably will constitute a concern for AUKUS countries because we know that AUKUS submarines have longer endurance and range, and they could be used in a Taiwan scenario. But what would I say to that? I'll say that according to UNCLOS, all ships, including submarines, are allowed to navigate through archipelagic waters under the right of archipelagic sea lanes passage. And this right gives ships to navigate in their normal mode. And to quote an Indonesian analyst called Dita Liliansa, just to quote her, what she said here, while UNCLOS promotes peaceful users of the seas and oceans, it contains no provision permitting archipelagic states to suspend the right of archipelagic sea lanes passage through their archipelagic waters. Rather, it specifically provides that there should be no suspension of the right of archipelagic sea lanes. Now, I think it was either Chu Ping or Aaron who made this point. We all know that Seanfest or not, we know that the US Navy has been traversing these regional waters, possibly with nuclear-powered, nuclear-armed ships. This has not been openly admitted, but we know that this is happening, and this is probably why the Americans are against signing up to Seanfest. The conclusion I want to make is that AUKUS provides ASEAN a lot of food for thought about hard balancing and soft balancing. I think the broader picture is ASEAN's relative ineffectiveness when it comes to hard power and hard balancing has led to minilaterals that we see today, either the Quad, the Free and Open Indo-Pacific Strategy, NATO setting up an office in Japan, and of course AUKUS. And we all know that when great powers like the US and China and the UK come to ASEAN touting their support for centrality, we know that it's not quite what they say, but what they do. In a sense that, like what Aaron is saying, AUKUS actually effectively bypasses ASEAN and the importance of ASEAN. So, but my conclusion is love it or loathe it, AUKUS and the Quad and all these minilaterals are here to stay, and it's important for us to at least be a bit enlightened that it's not as serious as some think it actually is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation, Dr. Chung. And I like your last comment regarding the AUKUS here to stay, and then it's not as heavy as it looks. But of course, it will be a big issue for the region. Okay, we have a little time until 12, so just want to have probably one or two questions. I see one from, oh, there's a lot, okay. Okay, one at the right side of my side, and the back, the lady from the back. So I think let's take two first, please. Yes, Pak. And the lady up at the back. Thank you. The microphone. Okay, I think we still Need time for the microphone to be on. Any other way to have backup mic probably? Okay, but you have to come here, Pak, if you don't mind. To come forward, and probably you can use my microphone here.
Cek satu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for opportunity. My name is Pujasari Putri. I'm from Republic of Indonesia Defense University. We know that Australia and this allies have worked in nuclear-powered submarine. Then we know that this happened because the US want to expand its sea power, maybe in the ASEAN region to balance China's power in the SES. Of course, Indonesia has a strategic location between the South China Sea and Australia. In fact, the question about the use of nuclear energy. Indonesia is rich in natural resources, including thorium, which is a source of energy for nuclear formation. Remembering the theory of sea power element from Alfred Mahan, one of his in geography, if a country wants to dominate the world, then it must be able to control the sea with its aspect. If we look at the ASEAN agreement regarding the nuclear weapon-free zone, what are the considerations? Underline, if Indonesia uses thorium for energy in the future, for example, using thorium as a submarine energy, because we all know that Australia's nuclear power submarine are a challenge for change in the technology at the future, and the same times a threat to Indonesia in the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the question is about what if Indonesia used the natural resources such as thorium to be the source of power to balance the development of AUKUS in terms of nuclear-powered vehicle or machine. Does it make sense? Yeah, okay. So just want to clarify the question. The next question is from the Bapak yang di sini tadi ya. Oke Pak, silakan Pak.
Thank you so much indeed for this opportunity. I really like to ask question first from Singaporean. You mentioned about AUKUS update 2023, and I really pay attention with your very interesting sentence. What is that? Nuance changed in tone. That's very good sentences. And in this case also you mentioned that Singaporeans fully supported US military presence, if I'm not mistaken, in your slide. So my question is, I think you do realize that your neighbor, Indonesia and Malaysia, besides you also supported the US military presence. So what do you think if I heard and I observed the slide before, dealing with the nuclear weapon, the US is the one who has the type UV. I mean FU. So not like China. China is NFU. So what do you think? Because we are talking about preemptive strike. Because yesterday we are talking about how to solidify ASEAN, how to unite ASEAN. So I really want to know from your perspective, from Singaporean eyes. That's the first one. And to Singapore and then to Malaysian, Dr. Ping Ho, Dr. Ping Ho, you're talking about the nuclear plant. Will you, Malaysian, will build the nuclear power plant? I think you said and you will answer no. But before 2010, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, that you also have the plan to build nuclear power plant. Given to the unrenewable resources, unrenewable natural resources, so I think it is the indispensable factor to build nuclear power plant. But you really, promote and campaign that not need to build nuclear power plant. So I really want to know the certainty answer, the certain answer. And then we can have, we step on the other step as the solid ASEAN or unite ASEAN. And then from Philippines, magandang hapon po. Pasensya na po kung ako ay nakamali, pinakmalaki kung kayong lahat. And you said about concept bandwagon hegemon. I like it. That's very good terminology. Very interesting terminology. Bandwagon with hegemon. What do you think if the concept bandwagon hegemon from day-to-day activity develop much? Develop much. Directly or indirectly, intentional or unintentionally, that the concept bandwagon with hegemon actually raise up much. Maybe we really not scrutinize in detail, country to country. As I mentioned from the beginning, from yesterday, we have different vital interests, we have different important interests, we have different marginal interests, we have different survival interests. What is the formula to solidify, to unite ASEAN? If the concept bandwagon with hegemon come up and raise very significant. And the last one about nuclear arm race. I like very much that NFU, face-to-face FU. I think this one reflects was the art of war by Sun Tzu, face-to-face, on war by Clausewitz. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm not mistaken. So, in this case also you mentioned about minilateral. Minilateral, come up, sporadic. Looks like the grass that come up sporadic in the session of a rainy session. So, what do you think in this case about the AUKUS? If that's happened, simultaneously, we always solidify, unite ASEAN, but simultaneously, in the same time, because of, as I mentioned, always vital interest, important interest, marginal interest, survival interest, different country has different perception. So, in conclusion, even you mentioned that tend to solve the problem, each countries. Not as a group of ASEAN, but each country will have their own each solution. What do you think about that? Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you, Pak. Okay, we have several, two persons who are asking a question, but then consists of several questions. So please, who wants to take up the first one? Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, General. I see that you like to ask questions. See you asking questions yesterday and today. So thank you for your questions. I think I have two questions directed at me. The first one is on Singapore's position on the US military presence in the region. And the second one is on multilaterals. I'll leave the question about Indonesia nuclear energy to my esteemed colleague, Chu Peng. Okay, on the US military presence in the region, I don't think it's a secret that Singapore, like other countries in the region, Malaysia, Thailand, the Philippines, Australia, we support a US military presence in the region. Where there's no apologies about it. I think we can agree that the US security guarantees, hub and spokes model has provided the peace and prosperity and stability that we've seen since 1945. That's beyond dispute. I think the question of FU, the first use policy, I think in Southeast Asia, I mean with Schaumfest and all, there's a natural allergy to anything that has the label nuclear on it. I'll say that we shouldn't have that kind of visceral allergic reaction to the term nuclear. And of course, I need to emphasize that AUKUS in itself is not about nuclear weapons, it's about nuclear propulsion, which is an entirely different bag of fish together. And I would say that if this weekend you do have some time, you should watch this classic movie that was 1962, Peter Sellers in Why I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. I mean, this is a movie that I watched when I was doing postgrad studies at the Australian National University, and a lot of questions about nuclear escalation, deterrence, ladders of escalation. You can learn a lot even from this movie. In fact, I'll say if you want to go to a place to learn about nuclear deterrence and nuclear weapons, this is the movie to watch. And I'm going a long way to come around to this, but first use policy, unlikely that the United States will do it on a non-nuclear weapon state, more likely on a nuclear weapon state. And if that's the case, there's a very low probability, if not remote, if not zero, that it wouldn't be used in a Southeast Asian contingency. If we do see the first use policy being affected by the US, it's more likely in Northeast Asia, whether it's Taiwan or the East China Sea. On minilaterals, on AUKUS, I think your question is, what are the implications for ASEAN, because each country has to decide what its own interests are. I think, again, I'm echoing my esteemed colleague Jane Chan here, repeating the Singapore Doctrine 2023, which is that Singapore is small, Singapore is an island state, and I will contribute by saying that for smaller states in Southeast Asia, we are price takers, right, in the market of international relations. And hence, I think we need to measure AUKUS not only by its downsides, but its costs, in terms of the potential of arms racing and undermining the NPT, but also the potential benefit. I mean, okay, a very simple measure is anything that China heavily criticizes, right, should give you some cause for thought as to why China is protesting a certain initiative or arrangement. China is heavily protesting against AUKUS. Why is that? Because it will give China some cause for caution and circumspection, because these AUKUS subs, when they are actually deployed in the 2030s, 2040s, they will provide some form of deterrence to Chinese actions, whether it be in the Taiwan Strait, South China Sea, or the East China Sea. It's as simple as that. So as small countries, I think we need to be a bit circumspect, be slightly less allergic to the nuclear term, and kind of read such minilaterals in a bigger picture. They provide some form of stability, they provide some kind of deterrence in an escalation scenario. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Dr. Rebina, have some comment?
Thank you very much, General, for your question. Salamat. Salamat, sir. I would agree, sir, that ASEAN indeed is very divided in the area of politics and security, because some are claimant states in the South China Sea and some are not, and therefore they don't want anything to do with it. And that's understandable. And for that reason, sir, some countries therefore want to balance against, for example, balance against China, okay? Some want to have more closer relations with China. But that is because of their respective national interests, their respective national and political security interests. But when it comes to national economic interests, this is where I see it converging with ASEAN's regional interest. I think if you will ask all ASEAN member states, everybody wants to be prosperous. Everybody wants to be rich. And so I think this is that avenue to make ASEAN really an economic power, which is why I said, sir, in my presentation, ASEAN is actually a geopolitical player, because dialogue partners would not engage with ASEAN if they don't see the potential of ASEAN. And so I think, sir, the case should be the dialogue partners should be dependent on ASEAN and not ASEAN dependent on the major powers. Because if ASEAN is dependent on the major powers, then it is more susceptible to interference, to possible inducements or sanctions, things like that. And so I think ASEAN should go with this way of, economic community. It is through economics that ASEAN can preserve its geopolitical and political centrality. And as to the balance of power, sir, yes, as a matter of principle, any country would not just renounce their claims. So everybody wants to modernize and build up their armed forces to achieve balance of power. They also would want to align with external power so that there will be a balance of power. But this balance of power, sir, can also lead to miscalculation, which is why I said so in my presentation, it could lead to war and conflict. And sometimes balance of power preserves the peace, but sometimes the balance of power actually leads to conflict. But let's hope it doesn't lead to conflict. So it is really dependent on the agency of the leaders in many countries as to how to work or iron things out, their political differences. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ho. And Dr. Ho, please.
Thank you so much. So to the first question about what if Indonesia start nuclear energy program, I think this is a very good opportunity for all countries to really start exercising familiarization among ourselves. What do we actually think about nuclear energy right now? Because Schonfest doesn't prohibit us to explore the options. So if we want to, we can. But how can we assure one another? So General also asked a question. So Malaysia wanted to have nuclear plant before. Yes, we do. So it is a plan 30 years, more than 30 years in making. When Tun Mahathir became the Prime Minister in 1981, by 1983, he sent the first batch of Malaysians studying in nuclear engineering overseas. And these people, when they returned to Malaysia, they become the key person who were involved in the drafting of ZOPFAN, Zone of Peace and Neutrality. So when Schonfest was drafted, it was also one of the first two articles recognizing it is a key component of ZOPFAN. So as long as we pledge to the peaceful use of nuclear energy, that is allowed. But as Dr. William just now mentioned, it is a very sensitive issue to be discussed about, even if it is only about peaceful use of nuclear energy. So this is why whenever a Southeast Asian nation express intention to explore, then the other nation will say, hold on. So I think it's time for us to have that dialogue. And there is also a gap in understanding between industry and the policy community, because Malaysia became one of the first countries to sign on to TPNW, Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. So, and because of the signing of that treaty, the government started to shut down the plan for exploring nuclear energy. So since 2018. So, and right now we are reconsidering whether exploration of peaceful use of nuclear energy is allowed under TPNW or not. So there is a lot of going back and forth, because when the policy or the government policy community started to realize, oh, we didn't know about the nuances of whether to eliminate all nuclear weapons and then nuclear weapons free zone, and then allowing the peaceful use of nuclear energy. Indonesia is also an aspiring country to have their own nuclear energy because of your vast territory. You need power supply, and energy is a cheap option to provide that. So likewise, I think for Vietnam as well, but because if they touch nuclear, it is even more sensitive because their immediate neighbor, China, may react to that as well. So there is also other consideration whether we can use those energy with responsibility. So that's why I would like to go back to the nuclear responsibility framework. So Ambassador Chaka Awal did mention about the plan of action. It is indeed part of, there is a plan of action for Schonfest Treaty implementation. It was reviewed every 5 to 10 years. So our next phase already started and it will end by around 2027. So I think it's time for us to see whether we can include some new program so that we can reduce misunderstanding among ourselves. So I was quite shocked when my good friend, Dr. Aaron, presenting that your chief presidential legal counsel actually wanted to lift nuclear weapons bans. Oh my God. So I think we need to talk to each other first before we can talk to the nuclear weapon states. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So I got the news from the organizer that we can extend to probably 1 or 2 questions. Short question, please, so that we can conclude in the shortly. So I see one Bapak and the other one in the front. Bapak in depan. Okay.
Well, thank you. I will pass the lady beside me to ask the question, and then me myself to make it shorter. The first question is to Dr. Aaron. What ASEAN could do to ensure that AUKUS will not worsen the situation in the region? And then to Dr. William, and it would be happen that the war will be erupted in region in terms of South China dispute and the rivalry between US and China? And then if it is say yes, could you describe what situation could trigger it happen? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. And the last one, Bapak yang di depan.
Sorry, I have to read my questions. I'm afraid if my question is biased to the other way. My question is for the last presenter, related to AUKUS, because I derive from AUKUS updating presentations. But it's not really related to the AUKUS, it's related to AOIP, because you said that you have a big discussion with Hong Tiha. I have also another discussing with him when I was in Hawaii, and at the times, AIP should be learned in details. It is my prologue, especially when it comes to the target of achievement in the way of inclusivity and bridgings to the other concept of the regions, such as AUKUS, Quad, FYP, BRI, and others concepts. So this is my questions. What kind of proposal, strategy, or policy, or other code of conduct to make AOIP sustain in the middle of many concepts with each national interest without arousing the discontent of major power? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now let's go to the panelists. Please, if you want to respond to the questions, Dr. Cho.
I'll go first. Thank you. The first question about what is the situation in the South China Sea that could potentially lead to conflict? I think, again, we need to go back to history. 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis. I don't think it was Khrushchev and Kennedy woke up one day and decided to dispatch missile batteries to Cuba, overflights over Cuba, and have a hot war. I think neither of them planned it. But I think what we are seeing in the South China Sea is essentially a manifestation of the dynamics, changing dynamics between China and the United States, as well as the disputant states. So I don't think if there's going to be a war in the South China Sea, it will be deliberate or premeditated. It will be something along the keys of Cuban Missile Crisis where it's accidental escalation. I mean, we spoke about military-grade lasers. We spoke about kind of near encounters between US frigates and cruisers traversing Chinese-held isolates in the Spratleys and Chinese ships tailing them really close. I think if there's any kind of escalation, it will be an accident where seamanship wasn't properly adhered to, and hence leading to climbing in the ladder of escalation. I don't think anybody wakes up one day and say, well, we're going to start a hot war in the South China Sea. The second question was directed about AUKUS, free and open Indo-Pacific, and what proposal and policy to make the AOIP more sustainable. I think that's your question, right? I think the best way I can answer your question is to give you another question. Because if AOIP needs to be sustainable, ASEAN needs to be central. And ASEAN needs to be in the driving seat when it comes to regional initiatives. The very fact that we have a challenge to ASEAN centrality and that AOIP is not gaining much traction among Southeast Asian capitals is because in the realm of hard security, hard balancing, external powers are looking at Southeast Asia and say that, well, ASEAN is a good place to go if you want to attend all the important meetings during a calendar year. But if you want to do stuff that actually is effective and gains mileage, go to other minilaterals. So that's the reason why we are seeing free and open Indo-Pacific. We all know that. I mean, I don't think anyone in the room will disagree with principles of adherence to international law, freedom of navigation and overflight, no use to connectivity, prosperity. I mean, these are all motherhood statements that everyone can agree with. But we all know that the unspoken concept between FOIP is that it's directed against China. So that's the major innovation that we have today. The same goes for the Quad. It's not just a military security grouping, but it's a grouping of very able, very well-resourced powers, some of them nuclear powers, about what they want to see in the region. And I think that's the challenge for ASEAN and AOIP. If you don't dictate the terms of how the region is going to be run, then external powers will come and dictate them for you. That's the problem. And I don't have a solution for you, but I'm saying that ASEAN needs to make itself in the driver's seat when it comes to regional initiatives. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Dr. Rabina, do you have some comments?
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your question about the AUKUS. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but my idea is that a diesel electric submarine can't essentially be nuclear armed, but you have to have a nuclear powered submarine, and if you want a particular sub to be nuclear armed. So I think for ASEAN, sir, the Australians, the AUKUS, it's in the framework of the agreement that they would not want that submarine, I think it's Collins class, is it? To be nuclear armed, but essentially for it to be nuclear powered. So I think on this, sir, maybe ASEAN can form a monitoring team about the progress of the AUKUS, and I think the AUKUS have also made it clear that they will be transparent every step of the way. And so if that's the case, then perhaps they will be open to international monitoring teams. And learn from their best practices. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you. And the last one from Dr. Ho, please.
Thank you so much. So I'm very concerned that no one asked questions about Shonfest and what it means for Southeast Asia, and also the fact that how are we going to convince a nuclear weapon states like the United States can undermine our nuclear security regime, right? So I'm going to make this very clear to the participants about, so since all of you asked questions about AUKUS, so think about it. If Australia's submarine is going to sail into South China Sea, they have to lay the cables, the submarine cables underwater. So you all know how it's going through Indonesia. So I'm actually looking at the possible routes for them to lay the cable. So is it from Lombok Strait into Flores Sea? This ballroom is Flores room, right? So, and then to Java Sea and all the way up to Karimata Strait, because Sunda Strait is quite narrow. So what does this mean for Indonesia and also ASEAN? So Australia actually repeatedly many times says that the main purpose of the nuclear submarine is to protect themselves, is for their own Australian continental deterrence. So, but yet we would always think about the elephant in the room, and that is China. So what does it mean for Australian submarine to be deployable beyond the sea surrounding Australia? So this is where Shonfest would come in. So would Indonesia allow or work together with Australia to allow their submarine to sail through Indonesian water first before reaching South China Sea? So there is a lot of things that we need to think about how eventually all of these issues are going to come together and affect all of us rather than our respective individual national interests. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ho. Thank you so much for the response and for the questions from the audience. Now we have come to the end of our session. I don't want to conclude, but now I'm a bit not so gloomy anymore from the beginning. Now we have the suggestions on how to, let's say, to enhance the efficacy of Shonfest. We have the suggestion how to increase the geopolitical power of ASEAN, or probably we can say strategic autonomy of ASEAN. And also we have the suggestion on how we can deal with the AUKUS. And the last point that I want to mention from Dr. Ho is that for Indonesia, we need to be more, dig more information and then analyze more and then try to make some, to put some policies on how to handle the nuclear submarines, or not only from AUKUS, but I believe other nuclear submarines from other nuclear weapon states have already back and forth in our sea lanes. So how we can handle this using the international law, such as UNCLOS. So with that, I would like to invite, please give round applause to the panelists and all of us. Thank you so much. With that, I end the session and I will give back to MC. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our moderator and speakers for session 2. Thank you very much, sir.
For next, we will be having a presentations of Memento to moderators and speakers of session 2, followed by a group photo. Therefore, may we kindly invite to the stage Deputy for Strategic Studies of Lemhanas and Chief of the VII Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2023. Please come on stage to give the memento.
The first memento will be given to our first speaker, Dr. William Cho from Singapore. Thank you very much, ma'am.
The second memento will be given to Dr. Aaron J. Trebina from the Philippines.
And for the third memento will be given to Dr. Chiu Ping Ho from Malaysia.
Last but not least, the memento will be delivered to our special moderator, Mr. Chaka Alferdi Awal. Now please kindly take your place to have group photo session. This Renman. Let me guide 3, 2, 1. Your best smile, everyone. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You may now return to your seat. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will be having the most important part of our event, wrap-up remarks of the 7th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2023 that will be delivered by Professor Dadan Umar Dayhani, DEA, a professional expert of national resources and national resilience of Lemhanas RI.
Then we would also have the closing remarks by Her Excellency Mrs. Retno Marsudi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia.
But after lunch break, which will be served in the VIP room, and in the lobby of Flores Ballroom, and we will see you back here at 1:15 p.m.
We invite you to be seated 5 minutes earlier at 1:10 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you for the participants who are joined at the event yesterday that the certificate of day 1 of the event are available at the registration desk. Thank you. Kami informasikan bagi Bapak Ibu peserta Jakarta Geopolitical Forum ke-7 2023 yang telah mengikuti acara hari kemarin, kami persilakan Bapak Ibu untuk mengambil sertifikat di meja registrasi di luar ruang Flores Ballroom. Terima kasih.